Chapter 2682. That's right. The little Sky King stepped out with his hands behind his back. He looked arrogant. I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to provoke the war tribe. Make your move. I'll give you 3 moves. Hearing that, everyone's mouths twitched as if they had seen a ghost. Arrogant, he's too arrogant. What was Lin Xian's strength? He was a top saint. He had easily defeated Zhang Chongfeng, and had even killed many holy sons. How powerful was such a person? But now, the little Sky King said that he would give Lin Xian 3 moves first. How confident and arrogant was that? As expected, No Flower, Gu Santong, and the others' expressions changed. The dark red divine dragon gritted its teeth. Damn it, it really wanted to slap him a few times. Kid, kill him. I heard that the heavenly human tribe has a fragment of the heavenly laws. Let's see if it's true. Hearing that, the surrounding people's mouths twitched as they looked at the dark red divine dragon in shock. Damn it, is this snake crazy? It wants to kill the little Sky King of the heavenly human tribe. It really doesn't want to cause trouble. Brother Xian, be careful. Brother Lin Xian, do your best. Beside him, Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu also looked worried. Yan Ryu smiled and her eyes flickered. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch. She was looking forward to the next battle. At this moment, countless geniuses looked at Lin Xian. Lin Qingxian stood up, shook his robe, and said loudly. No need, I'll give you 10 moves. 10 moves. Hearing that, everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. The people of the war tribe and the heavenly human tribe also looked gloomy, especially the people of the heavenly human tribe. Their expressions became ferocious. How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you say that to the little Sky King? What a reckless kid. Today will be the day of your death. They felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant. The little Sky King's face also darkened and his eyes lit up. Good, very good. I didn't expect someone to be more arrogant than me. However, do you have the right to be so arrogant? Do you have it? You can try. You're really interesting. He is worthy of me making a move. However, I advise you to take out your true trump card and give it your all. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to attack anymore. In the next moment, an incomparably terrifying aura gushed out of his body. It was as if a divine fire was burning fiercely. A powerful force suppressed the world. This time, it was as if he had really drawn a heavenly king. Everyone was trembling. Even the holy sons and holy daughters looked solemn. They had to admit that the other party did have the capital and strength to be so arrogant. He was simply too powerful. Even Leaf Dao Denier had a very serious expression on his face. Lin Xian coldly snorted. His 9-yang divine body blossomed with light, making him look like a sun war god. Boom! He punched out, and there was a terrifying sound of thunder. Accompanied by a bright light, it was like a sun streaking across the sky. It was so powerful that the expressions of the surrounding people changed. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian was also incomparably terrifying. And from the looks of it, his strength was even more terrifying than when he was fighting Zhang Chongfeng. As expected, the other party had not used his full strength earlier. Perhaps this was the true strength of the other party. One after another, shock was heard. However, the people of the heavenly human tribe were quite calm. That was because they had full confidence in their little heavenly king. The little heavenly king squinted his eyes. No wonder Zhang Chongfeng of the war tribe was defeated. The other party's fist was indeed terrifying. However, that was all. The other party was definitely not his opponent. In the next moment, he stretched out his vigorous palm and slapped forward. Suddenly, countless auras filled the air, forming a palm of light. It was like the palm of a god that could destroy everything. This palm blocked the fist that was as bright as the sun. Was this the power of heaven and earth? Everyone was shocked. Although they could also use the power of heaven and earth, it was insignificant compared to the other party. The other party's palm was too mysterious. It was so light, but it blocked such a terrifying fist. It really had the charm of using 4 tails to defeat 1,000 caddies. Lin Xian was also moved. Was this the power of the heavenly human tribe? They could turn something rotten into something magical. They were indeed worthy of their reputation. No wonder they were on equal footing with the war tribe. As for Leaf Dao Denier, he looked very serious. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His eyes burst out with an even colder light. The 9-yang divine body was also at full power. An incomparably terrifying aura spread out from his body. Not only did Lin Xian use the 9-yang divine body, but he also used the power of the great dragon sword soul. A loud and clear dragon roar sounded. The dragon sword realm surrounded him, and terrifying sword light swept across the world. The sword light was accompanied by a dragon's roar. Feeling the sword chi, everyone's scalp went numb, and they kept retreating. The people of the war tribe and the heavenly human tribe also changed their expressions. Especially the heavenly human tribe, they were even more surprised. This guy was actually a swordsman. They thought that Lin Xian was a close combat expert. The little heavenly king's eyes also darkened, and a biting cold light bloomed in his eyes. I didn't expect you to be a swordsman. This was even more interesting. As he spoke, his palm moved, and countless energy danced in the air, forming a spiritual sword that bloomed with incomparable light. It appeared from the sky like a sword of a god descending from the sky. A terrifying sword chi burst out from the little heavenly king's body. I'm sorry, but I've also practiced the sword Dao. What? This little heavenly king is also an expert of the sword Dao. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that both sides practiced the sword Dao. This was going to be a good show. The prince of the great Xia dynasty had a solemn look. A golden light appeared on his body because he was also an expert of the sword Dao. Although Yi Wudao, the Alcade sage, No Flower, and the others were not experts of the sword Dao, they were also looking forward to this battle. Murong, Shinjingqiu, and Yan Ruyu, the 3 peerless beauties, also had flickering eyes. Among them, Shinjingqiu snorted coldly. He was definitely not a match for Lin Xian. The people of the Yin-Yang sect and the 5 Elements Palace laughed. An expert of the sword Dao. That's great. Defeating the opponent in the opponent's strongest field, I think there's nothing more painful than this kind of defeat. In the pavilion, Hua Tiandu looked at this scene and grinned. When this kid is defeated, let's see if he still has the face to see Yan Ruyu. Everyone sneered. Lin Xian was also surprised. His opponent was also an expert of the sword Dao. However, he was really courting death by competing with him in the sword. An expert of the sword Dao. I hope you won't cry later. Lin Xian smiled. In the next moment, he pulled out the dragon source sword and slashed down. You'll be the one crying later. The little heavenly king also held his spiritual sword and charged forward. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. One was like a sword immortal, while the other was like a sword god. Every time they collided, an unparalleled light would erupt. Chapter 2683. Each time he used the power of heaven and earth, it was extremely terrifying. How was this a sword technique? It was simply destroying the world. The heavenly human tribe was one with heaven and man, and they could easily use the ultimate power of heaven and earth. Everyone even saw tribulation lightning falling from the sky. However, they were even more terrified of Lin Xian. Lin Xian was unharmed by such a terrifying tribulation lightning sword. What kind of physique did he have? If not for Lin Xian's surname, they would even suspect that Lin Xian was the second sage physique of the Yi family. Damn it, what was going on with this kid's physique? The people of the Yin-Yang sect, 5 Elements Palace, and 9 Heavens Sacred Ground roared crazily. The 4 Symbols Saint stared at Lin Xian with his eyes wide open. Damn it, how could his physique be so strong? It's even more terrifying than my Dracophant physique. He was too shocked. He cultivated the 4 Symbols Sacred Grounds physique, the Dracophant physique, which was extremely terrifying. Previously, with this powerful physique, he was able to exchange more than 100 blows with Yi Wudao before he was forced to retreat. One could only imagine how terrifying the Dracophant physique was. However, he now realized that Lin Xian's physique was even more terrifying than his Dracophant physique. He even speculated that it was not weaker than a sage physique. This was really shocking. Not only the 4 Symbol Saints, but the other saints and saintesses were also going crazy. Among them, the Taishan saint's eyes were like stars, trying to see through Lin Xian's secret. The Alcade saint's body was surrounded by light like a god fiend. It was also his first time seeing Lin Xian's 9 eyes physique. He was also shocked. The people of the Yi family were even more shocked. In short, at this moment, everyone was shocked by the strong physique that Lin Xian displayed. The people of the heavenly human tribe were also shocked. Damn it, who was he? How could he withstand the power of tribulation lightning? The little Sky King's face was gloomy. Kid, let's see how long you can withstand it. He did not expect Lin Xian's physique to be so strong. Myriad lightning sword light. The little Sky King held his spiritual sword and slashed down. The sky was torn apart, and a large hole was opened. Countless thunder and lightning bolts rained down. Each of them contained the aura of the heavenly tribulation. Little Sky King had no choice but to use the power of heaven and earth to attack. Heavenly tribulation. You think you're the only one who knows how to do it? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a sharp light. He waved the ancient dragon abyss sword, and the void beneath his feet split open. Countless lightning dragons rushed out. Every single one of them was incomparably terrifying, and they all exuded a world-destroying power. Boom! Boom! The 2 forces collided in the heavenly palace. Thunder and lightning filled the sky, destroying the world. Then, they dissipated in the air at the same time. It was blocked. He had actually blocked the power of the myriad tribulation sword technique. Damn it, what's wrong with this brat? How could he also know this kind of destructive lightning tribulation? Celestial Clan's people were stupefied. Little Sky King's face fell, his white hair flying about crazily. The other saints and elites were also shocked. The dark red divine dragon sneered. With the great dragon sword soul, what kind of power could he not display? These heavenly humans were still too naive. Lin Xian used the chaotic yin-yang steps. Yin and yang energy appeared under his feet, and he disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was next to Little Sky King. The ancient dragon sword slashed horizontally. Countless dragon shadows appeared on the sword light, exuding a primordial aura. Yin and yang energy. How could this brat know yin and yang energy? Everyone exclaimed, and the people of the yin-yang sect screamed. Damn it, the chaotic yin-yang steps. How could he know that? They were all crazy. Little Sky King could not care less about the yin and yang energy. He felt threatened. His opponent's sword strike was too terrifying. It was as if it was going to cut him in half. At this moment, the ancient dragon abyss sword had turned into a divine rainbow. A loud dragon roar resounded, freezing Little Sky King's blood. However, Little Sky King was extremely powerful. He was one of the top elites of the younger generation. Immediately, 2 pairs of spiritual power wings appeared on his back. He flapped them gently and quickly retreated. It was like a fleeting shadow. At the same time, he waved his palm and slapped out. Mountains and rivers appeared in the void. The trees towered into the sky, and birds and beasts danced in the sky. It was like a real mountain. However, all of this was condensed from spiritual power. This was the power and means of the heavenly human tribe. Boom! The spiritual mountain fell from the sky and directly pressed Lin Xian under it. With a rumbling sound, the void shattered, and countless black holes appeared. Seeing this scene, the people of the heavenly human tribe laughed loudly. Do you see that? This is the power of the Little Sky King. In front of me, you can't resist at all. Little Sky King sneered. The people of the war tribe also laughed. The people of the Yin-Yang sect, Tiandu, and the 5 Elements Palace also revealed ferocious expressions. The others were in an uproar. What a terrifying spiritual mountain. They quickly analyzed and felt that even they would not be able to withstand it in a head-on confrontation. Unless they could dodge it, or had a terrifying body like Yi Wudao. This kid's body was strong, so he should not die. However, he would definitely be injured. Yes, but he was injured, so he did not have any advantage in front of Little Sky King. His opponent was also a top genius. If this dragged on, it would be disadvantageous for Lin Xian. It seemed that this time, Lin Xian was really going to lose. Lin Xian was powerful, but Little Sky King was even more terrifying. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were also very worried. Their beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Yan Ryu's eyes flickered, and no one knew what she was thinking. The most calm person was the dark red divine dragon. Hee, just wait and see. That kid won't be defeated so easily. It and Lin Xian had killed more than one invincible king. How could they be defeated by a Little Sky King? Boz! Boz! Indeed, in an instant, a sword light lit up in the endless black hole, illuminating heaven and earth. In the next moment, the majestic spiritual mountain was split into 2 halves. Rumble! It turned into spiritual chi and shattered the void. Lin Xian's figure rushed out. His bright red robe trembled, but he was not injured at all. What? His physique was actually so strong. Damn it, this was impossible. The heavenly human screamed, while Little Sky King was sent flying with a muffled groan. This was because the sword had directly slashed his body. Fortunately, he had armor and spiritual shield on his body. Although he was sent flying, the sword did not directly hit him. However, he still underestimated the great dragon sword's soul. Although the long sword did not hit him, the sword chi passed through the spiritual shield and hit his body. It caused his blood to boil, and his face became as pale as a sheet. The heavenly human tribe was just a so-so. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at Little Sky King in the distance. There was a hint of disdain in his words. Kid, you're courting death. Little Sky King stopped, and his eyes were extremely cold. You've completely angered me. I'll let you see my true strength. Boom! The spiritual chi on his body exploded, and 9 vortexes appeared beside him, crazily absorbing the power between heaven and earth. Chapter 2684. Giant Spirit Palm. He roared angrily and struck out with his palm. It formed in the sky. At this moment, a palm of light with a radius of 1,000 miles slammed down from the sky. The sky cracked, and the airwaves rolled. Many people in the surroundings vomited blood and were sent flying backward. Their faces were full of horror. Damn it, is this guy crazy? The saints and saintesses also stood up as if they were facing a great enemy. Murong Qingqing also stood up. She shouted, and countless powerhouses of the Jade Lake's sacred ground appeared around her. They quickly formed hand seals, and a light array formation was formed, covering the surrounding martial artists and the buildings of the Jade Lake to prevent them from being damaged by the energy impact. After doing that, she looked up at the sky because the power of this palm was too terrifying. She was worried about Lin Xian. Damn it, is the heavenly human tribe still human? Why do I feel that the spiritual power he uses is not on the same level as ours? Those people are crazy. Those prodigies also felt a strong sense of oppression as if they were facing a great enemy. A spiritual palm pressed down from the sky, trying to smash Lin Xian into pieces. Well, I'll let you see my true power. Lin Xian looked up at the sky and took a step forward. The sword qi on his body suddenly erupted. At this moment, he no longer hid his power. The sword qi was like a forest, soaring into the sky and piercing through heaven and earth. Boom! Boom! 1, 2, 3. A total of 9 sword qi formed around him. Each sword qi was as thick as a mountain and as sharp as a divine light. They pierced through the 9 heavens. At this moment, the entire world trembled. No one in the Jade Lake came to watch the battle. They also looked up at the sky. Heavens, what is that? Someone is fighting. Who is it? What a terrifying sword qi. Let's go and take a look. One figure after another swiftly flew out. Even the powerful elders in the hall came out one after another and looked into the distance. It was the palace master. The eyes of Xing Tian and the others also flickered. Among them, the great guardian looked at the 1,000-mile palm and frowned. Look at the spirit qi, it's so terrifying. The heavenly human tribe has appeared. The Yi family patriarch said in a deep voice. The other sacred lords and elders also frowned. Is the golden age coming? Even the heavenly human tribe had come out. Who knew how many of the 10,000 ancient races would appear? Looks like we really have to hurry up and join forces to open the myriad dragon nest. We must obtain the treasures inside. Otherwise, the human race will not have the upper hand in the Emperor Road contest. These people thought even further. Soon, they withdrew their gazes and entered the palace again. On the other side, the 9 heaven-piercing sword lights collided with the gigantic spirit palm. The heavens collapsed, the earth cracked, and the mountains and rivers shattered. A crack that was tens of thousands of miles long appeared in the void. Fortunately, this was the Jade Lake's sacred land, where there were countless formations and supreme weapons. Therefore, everyone was safe and sound. However, the sky was completely chaotic. Those martial artists also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. The weaker ones were directly pressed to the ground, unable to move at all. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the swords of the 5 elements. Lin Xian suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed at the 5 streaks of sword qi in front of him. Wang! The power of the 5 elements burst forth, and the 5 elemental swords quickly combined into one. Then, the sword pierced through the sky. A hole appeared in the giant spirit's palm. Boom! With a loud bang, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Thousands of lightning bolts fell, and everyone below trembled. Those from the heavenly human tribe also turned pale. Damn it, he broke the giant spirit palm. Kid, you're courting death. Little Sky King was furious. Although the giant palm was penetrated, it did not dissipate. Not only that, but the power of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth also appeared on the 5 fingers. Do you think you're the only one who can use the power of the 5 elements? You're too naive to use the power of heaven and earth in front of me. Let me show you what it means to be one with heaven and earth. The terrifying palm of the 5 elements appeared in the sky. The aura it emitted made everyone tremble in fear. With a loud bang, the 5 elemental palm collided with the 5 elemental swords, and the two produced an earth-shattering sound. Countless large cracks appeared in the void. The saints and saintesses below exclaimed in shock. Some of the older powerhouses were even shocked. The 5 elemental palm was too terrifying. Had it surpassed the 5 elemental palace? That's right. The powerhouses of the 5 elemental palace also had ugly expressions. They cultivated the 5 elemental arts. However, they found that the power of the 5 elements displayed by Little Sky King was even more terrifying than theirs. Was this the power of the heavenly human tribe? It was too terrifying. The people of the 5 elemental palace trembled, but soon, they sneered. The more powerful Little Sky King was, the more dangerous Lin Xian would be. It would be best to kill him. Sure enough, in an instant, the 5 elemental swords were trembling under the 5 elemental palm. Even the light on them dimmed. You want to compete with me in the power of heaven and earth? You have no chance of winning. Little Sky King was very strong. Is that so? Let me tell you today. There is a kind of power that transcends heaven and earth. Lin Xian's eyes also burst out a sharp light, and the great dragon sword soul in his body roared. The power of the great dragon sword soul surged into the 5 elemental swords. Suddenly, the dim 5 elemental swords burst out a bright light, sweeping in all directions. In an instant, the 5 elemental swords were blasted away. What? His 5 elemental swords' power could skyrocket. The people around were shocked, and the people of the 5 elemental palace almost knelt down. Because the power of the 5 elemental swords that Lin Xian displayed now was even more terrifying than Little Sky King's. Impossible, how could he surpass Little Sky King? The people of the 5 elemental palace screamed crazily. Little Sky King vomited blood and flew backward. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, staining his spiritual armor red. Ah! Kid, you deserve to die. Little Sky King roared, and the spiritual power wings on his back flapped, and he disappeared in an instant. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned, shifted his position, and quickly dodged. However, this time, Little Sky King obviously used a secret technique, so his speed was faster than Lin Xian expected. Whoosh! He appeared beside Lin Xian, and the spiritual sword in his hand turned into a divine light and directly slashed down. Bang! This sword slashed Lin Xian's body, and Lin Xian was blasted away. The space in the sky was also shattered. However, there was still no blood flowing in the sky. This made everyone stunned. What kind of physique was this? It was too sturdy. After taking a direct hit from Little Sky King, he was not injured. Kid, let's see how long you can hold on. Little Sky King roared, his white hair fluttered, and the spiritual power wings on his back bloomed with unparalleled light. He flashed to the limit of his speed. In an instant, thousands of figures appeared in the sky, and each of them launched a biting cold attack. Countless streaks of sharp sword light slashed toward Lin Xian. I am Little Sky King, and I should suppress everything. You are no match for me at all. The arrogant voice made everyone tremble, and they felt that they could not resist. Chapter 2685. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the void collapsed and countless cracks spread out. A black hole was formed and swallowed Lin Xian. The violent energy annihilated everything, and many people could not open their eyes. Below, the people were stunned. Is this the Junior Heavenly King? It's too terrifying. Lin Xian, that fellow, was definitely dead. Yes, I'm afraid that other than Yi Wudao, I can't think of anyone who can fight against the Junior Heavenly King. As expected of an ancient race. It's really terrifying. Exclamations were heard one after another, and the faces of the saints and saintesses turned ugly because they realized that even if they fought against the Junior Heavenly King, they had no chance of winning. Yi Wudao also looked serious. The Alcade Saint, the Four-Symbol Saint, Seiko Dian, and the other top geniuses snorted coldly. Obviously, they did not agree that only Yi Wudao could fight against the Junior Heavenly King. However, they did not intend to fight because they did not know if this was the full strength of the Junior Heavenly King. Brother Xian. Brother Lin Xian. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu could no longer sit still. The two of them stood up, their beautiful eyes full of worry. The dark red divine dragon frowned. Damn it, this guy from the heavenly human tribe is too terrifying. Is he a heavenly human? His eyes flickered as he used the great divine ability of dragons to see through everything. In the distance, the Taishan saint in his blue robe looked at the scene with a smile. It was indeed a golden age. I wonder who will have the last laugh in the end. This guy is strong. Yi Wudao said in a deep voice. The others were even more shocked when they heard this. Even the Saint Physique said so. Could it be that the Junior Heavenly King is really that terrifying? Ha 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 ha. Did you see that? This is the power of the heavenly human tribe. The Junior Heavenly King is mighty and can crush the human race. Arrogant voices rang out one after another. At this moment, the people of the heavenly human race were simply too arrogant. Hearing this, the faces of the other saints and saintesses darkened. It's one thing for you to defeat Lin Xian, but you actually said that you could crush the human race. That really pissed them off. That said, Junior Heavenly King was so terrifyingly strong that only Leaf Dao Denier, Holy Sun Alcade, and other terrifying chosen would be able to defeat him. If ordinary saints went up, they would not be a match for the other party. Humph. Who dares to fight me? The Junior Heavenly King held the spiritual sword in his hand and looked around disdainfully. He truly looked invincible. Are you so impatient that you want to find someone to fight? Our battle is not over yet. At this moment, a cold voice came from the black hole. What? That guy is still alive. Hearing that voice, the people from the heavenly human clan were the first to scream. The faces of the people from the battle tribe, the Yin-Yang sect, and the 5 temporary palaces sank. Impossible. How could he still be alive after receiving such a ferocious attack? That attack just now could easily kill a saint or saintess. Even if the other party was a top-notch saint, he should have been killed by now. What was going on? For a moment, countless gazes were focused on the black hole. It was Lin Xian's voice. It was Brother Lin Xian's voice. Shen Jingqiu smiled, and Murong Qingqing, who was next to her, also heaved a sigh of relief. That kid is not dead. Humph. So what if he's not dead? He must be half dead. Everyone discussed animatedly. A figure walked out of the black hole in front of them. It was Lin Xian. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were abnormally cold. His body was surrounded by countless sword lights, making it impossible to see his real body. However, everyone's hearts were beating violently. That was because they realized that Lin Xian's aura did not weaken. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. Is this all you've got? If that's the case, then you can die in peace. Lin Xian held the ancient sword in his hand and slashed out. The biting cold sword light turned into a giant dragon and instantly blasted Junior Heavenly King away. Boom! Boom! At the same time, his fists moved. His terrifying fists were like dazzling suns that flew out in the sky. Junior Heavenly King was forced to retreat and vomit blood again. So powerful! Everyone was stunned. They did not expect that Lin Xian would not have been killed if not for him. Moreover, after coming out, he was too powerful. He directly suppressed Junior Heavenly King. Ah! Junior Heavenly King roared at the sky with a ferocious expression. He held the spiritual sword in his hand and charged over, wanting to shatter the terrifying fists. Boom! 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 This was the power of the 9-yang divine body and the heaven-battling divine fist. The combination of the two was incomparably terrifying. It was as if thousands of suns were blooming, and the terrifying energy directly ignited Junior Heavenly King's body. This was the power of the purest yang. This kid's fists were too terrifying. Everyone exclaimed. The faces of the war tribe were even more ferocious. No, how could the heaven-battling divine fist have such power? Could it be that it was not the heaven-battling divine fist? They were all stunned. Because no matter how powerful the opponent was, how could the heaven-battling divine fist be so terrifying? That purest yang energy that could ignite everything was not the heaven-battling divine fist. There was definitely something wrong with this kid's physique. The elites of the war tribe were so angry that they vomited blood. Ah! In the sky full of sun flames, Junior Heavenly King screamed crazily. A destructive energy surged out of his body and directly extinguished the flames on his body. Kid, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to make you suffer a fate worse than death. The spiritual wings on his back spread out, and the spiritual sword in his hand was filled with murderous intent. You won't have the chance. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his fist. Sword chi flickered, and the great dragon sword soul and 9-yang divine body erupted at this moment. In the sky, countless heaven and earth avatars appeared, directly suppressing an area. Junior Heavenly King was also one with the world, and he used the power of heaven and earth to contend against it. The scene of the apocalypse appeared, and the intense battle caused the entire sky to completely collapse. At this moment, not only Jade Lake, but all the martial artists outside also saw it. Heavens, what happened at Jade Lake? Is someone in a world-ending battle? Isn't it Jade Lake's immortality peach banquet? Why is there a battle? These people were not qualified to enter, so they could only look at the shocking scene and speculate. Dragon roars sounded one after another. Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul to the extreme, and all kinds of terrifying scenes appeared. Furnace of heaven and earth, destructive divine wind, terrifying lightning tribulation, phoenix, qilin, dragon, the great dragon sword soul could evolve everything and display any scene. This was probably more terrifying than the heavenly human tribes one with the world. Therefore, Junior Heavenly King kept retreating and vomiting blood. His battle body was dyed red. There was a rain of blood falling between heaven and earth. Among them, a sword light directly slashed on Junior Heavenly King's body, splitting his spiritual shield. Junior Heavenly King was hit by the sword, and one of his arms was cut off. Blood dyed the sky red. What? Junior Heavenly King was injured. His arm was cut off. The experts below were all stunned by what they saw. Chapter 2686. The people of the war tribe and the Yin-Yang sect were even more shocked. Hua Tiandu and the other elites of the Demon Imperial Palace were also terrified. This Lin Xian was too terrifying. Could it be that he was going to defy the heavens? At this moment, countless saints and sky prides looked at Lin Xian with solemn expressions. Lin Xian was too powerful. He would probably be a very terrifying opponent on the Emperor's road in the future. He was too powerful to be able to suppress the little Sky King. He was definitely one of the top sky prides. Perhaps only peerless sky prides like Yi Wudao and the All-Cade Sage could fight against him. While they were talking, the situation above them changed again. Lin Xian was too powerful. All kinds of sword qi were unleashed. Moreover, his body was so strong that he didn't even need to dodge. The spiritual energy in the sky surged. He stretched out a large golden hand and directly grabbed one of the little Sky King's spiritual energy wings. Then, he pulled it hard. With a crack, the spiritual energy wings were torn off, bringing with it a large amount of blood mist. Ah! The little Sky King rolled in the sky in pain. Although it was a spiritual energy wing, it was one of his great divine abilities. It had long been connected to his bloodline. Now that it was forcefully broken, how could he not be in pain? The sky was filled with blood and feathers mixed with spirit qi. Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight of this. The dark red dragon, on the other hand, was shouting excitedly. Awesome, this is awesome. Kid, pull off my other wing. You're obviously a human, so why are you pretending to be a beast? Hearing this, the heavenly human cultivators were so angry that they vomited blood. Lin Xian dared to call them a beast. They couldn't wait to kill him. That was the divine ability of the heavenly human tribe, a symbol of their noble status. Damn snake, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you believe that I won't skin you? I just happen to lack a belt. Birdman, what are you so arrogant for? If you have the ability, come and fight me for 300 rounds. Watch how this emperor will tear down all of your beast's wings. I'll stew them and eat them. The dark red dragon sneered. He was not afraid of the other party at all. Damn it, damn snake, I'll fight it out with you. Those people from the celestial race screamed crazily. However, at this time, the celestial race expert snorted coldly. Don't mess around, just watch the battle. Hearing this, the people of the heavenly human tribe trembled. They raised their heads to look at the sky, and their faces instantly darkened. Humiliation. What a huge humiliation. When had the heavenly human tribe ever suffered such oppression? The junior heavenly king, in particular, was about to explode from anger. He was in existence known as a young heavenly king. What did this mean? It meant that he had reached the peak. Invincible. But now, it was being beaten back repeatedly by a human brat. Even its pair of spiritual wings had been torn apart by the other party. Ah! Look at my Milky Way domain. In an instant, a domain rushed out of Little Sky King's body and enveloped Lin Xian. Brat, I will torture you for 1,000 years. I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death every day and every minute. After the Milky Way field enveloped his opponent, Little Sky King was like a demon, emitting a monstrous murderous aura. Bang! However, in the next moment, he was kicked in the stomach and flew out like a shooting star again. Many of the bones in his body were broken. Crack! Crack! He flew out for a long time before he stopped. Then, the bones in his body crackled and recovered. However, his face was terrifyingly dark. Damn it! Impossible! How could you move? His Milky Way field, with the Milky Way flowing inside, could instantly seal the other party. Next, he could torture the other party to his heart's content. However, the other party was enveloped by the Milky Way field and could still counterattack and even injure him. This was beyond his expectations. What Milky Way field? You want to seal me? You're too naive. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The dragon sword field surrounded his body and directly blocked the Milky Way field. Streaks of dragon-shaped sword chi surged and blocked the Milky Way that filled the sky. Therefore, Lin Xian took this opportunity to kick Little Sky King away. Get lost, you've already lost. Lin Xian held the ancient sword in his hand, looked at the other party, and sneered. Brat, you're courting death. The battle is not over yet. I haven't lost yet. I still have a trump card that I haven't used yet. When I use my true trump card, you're dead for sure. Little Sky King screamed crazily. He couldn't bear the contempt in his opponent's eyes at all. Stubborn. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian waved his long sword, and countless sword chi interweaved in the sky, forming a divine steel that suppressed down. The divine steel was too terrifying. It emitted a desolate aura, and many people below were directly pressed to the ground. Heavens, what is this thing? What exactly did he create? Even the saints and saintesses were screaming. Yi Wudao, the Alcade saint, and the others were also shocked. Bright light enveloped their bodies, and energy surged to resist. Lin Xian naturally used the great dragon sword spirit to simulate the divine steel. He had seen this divine steel at Black Demon Cliff. At that time, it had accompanied the 9 Sun Sword Saints' afterimage. Although Lin Xian had only seen it at that time, he could still simulate it. The aura of the great dragon sword spirit was too terrifying, and the simulation was extremely realistic. Lin Xian guessed that this divine steel could seal everything. Sure enough, as soon as it appeared, many people couldn't move. Little Sky King's face was filled with horror. He wanted to dodge, but he found that he was fixed in midair. Bang! He was directly suppressed by the divine steel and fell heavily to the ground. Lost, Little Sky King was defeated. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Not only was he defeated, but he was also injured and was about to be completely suppressed and sealed. The people of the war tribe were stunned. They had never thought of this scene. They thought that they could easily kill their opponent by inviting Little Sky King. Who would have thought that their opponent was too strong? Even Little Sky King of the heavenly human tribe was no match for him. Ah! Little Sky King roared. Countless blood-red runes appeared on his body, and the power of his bloodline was instantly activated. A tyrannical force surged out, and a crystal-clear bead flew out of his mouth, directly blocking the divine steel. Taking advantage of this opportunity, his figure flashed and he quickly left the place. He appeared in the distance. At this moment, he was in an extremely sorry state. His armor was covered in blood, and his face was pale. He was no longer as arrogant as before. Huff! Huff! He panted heavily, his gaze as sharp as a heavenly blade as he stared fixedly at Lin Xian. Kid, you can actually injure me to this extent. You can die now. As he said that, he formed a seal with his palms. The sky was suddenly torn apart, and a huge crack appeared, like a giant beast that was about to swallow Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed. The people of the Gu family screamed. Gu Santong's pupils constricted. This is the power of space, very similar to the Gu family's Great Void technique. Chapter 2687. They didn't expect the Celestial Tribe to be able to use the power of space. The Celestial Tribe was one with the heavens and could use all kinds of power between heaven and earth. The power of space should also be a kind of power between heaven and earth. Yi Wudao's expression was also solemn. The Celestial Tribe was too powerful. If they hadn't met such a terrifying enemy like Lin Xian, they would have been killed. If it were any other saint, they would have been killed long ago. When everyone heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. This also showed that Lin Xianxian was really too powerful. He had once beaten up the little Sky King. How could such a person be released into the universe? They didn't know. Lin Xian looked at the space cracks above his head and sneered. His body turned into yin and yang energy and kept dodging at an extremely fast speed. Kid, you can't escape. The entire world is for me to use. The little Sky King's expression was ferocious. This was one of his great divine abilities. He usually didn't want to use it. It was one of his trump cards. But now, he couldn't care less. Sure enough, wherever Lin Xian appeared, the space cracked and wanted to devour him. In an instant, thousands of space cracks appeared in the sky. They were so dense that it made one's scalp tingle. You want to devour me? Do you have the right to do that? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stopped dodging and his body bloomed with endless light. The nine-yang divine body erupted, and the terrifying energy of the golden god of war swept in all directions. Those space cracks collided and shattered on Lin Xian's body. They couldn't devour him at all. He was too powerful. Everyone spat. They didn't expect that even the great god of the celestial tribe couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the little Sky King's face was gloomy. He was about to vomit blood. He didn't expect the other party's physique to be so strong. What kind of physique was that? He was about to go crazy. In the next moment, his pupils shrank because all the black holes in the sky were forcefully destroyed by Lin Xian's sword light. Everything around him turned into chaos and no longer existed. What a terrifying sword intent. What a terrifying physique. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian gripped his killing sword and strode forward. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian was very fast. He arrived in front of little Sky King in 2 steps and raised the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand high up. It was about to land mercilessly. The little Sky King smiled coldly. You are courting death. Go to hell. Heavenly King roar. Buzz he opened his mouth, and a sound wave rolled out in all directions. Ah! The surrounding martial artists screamed again and again as blood flowed from their ears. They fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and twitching non-stop. Those elite sky prides hurriedly sealed off their sense of hearing, their faces filled with fear. They took out their treasures one after another and released their auras to protect themselves. Soul attack. Damn it, this guy actually has such a trick up his sleeve. These people were all crazy. Humph, so what if that brat's body is tough? He can't block this kind of sonic soul attack. The members of the heavenly human tribe laughed loudly. However, the others had strange expressions on their faces. The people from the Yin-Yang sect, 5 Elements Palace, and 9 Heavens Holy Ground were all terrified. The people from the War tribe also narrowed their eyes. Oh no! What's going on? What happened? Shouldn't you be cheering? The members of the heavenly human tribe were dumbfounded. The other party would definitely die if his soul was destroyed. But why were their allies so shocked? He dares to compete with his soul power. He really doesn't know what's good for him. The dark red divine dragon looked at this scene and sneered. As expected, Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile, and there was even a strange expression on his face. A golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Then, a pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky and looked down as if they were the eyes of a deity. A golden vortex appeared in his right eye and absorbed all the sound wave attack. A ball of soul fire floated out of his left eye and flew forward. Buzz-aw! The little Sky King screamed and kept rolling on the ground. That painful scream made one's scalp go numb. What's going on? What happened? The members of the heavenly human tribe were stunned when they saw this scene. Damn it, this guy also knows how to use soul attack. Moreover, he's an expert in soul power. What's that pair of eyes? They screamed crazily. Now they finally understood why the people around them had such strange expressions. It turned out that the other party was an extremely terrifying soul expert. Damn it, they were too careless. This was the first time they saw Lin Xian. Naturally, they didn't know how terrifying his soul was. The members of the Yin-Yang sect and the Five Elements Palace had seen his soul before. It was impossible to guard against. Before fighting with him, they had to prepare a soul defense to prevent him from sneaking up on them. It could be said that they had never seen anyone who could defeat Lin Xian in terms of soul power. Therefore, they felt very strange when the little Sky King used his soul attack. Previously, they were still a little expectant, thinking that the little Sky King's soul attack was also unique and might be able to kill his opponent. But now, it seemed that they were thinking too much. The little Sky King just didn't know that his opponent was a soul expert. Not good, a soul attack. The little Sky King is in danger. The members of the heavenly human tribe were terrified and wanted to go forward to help. The little Sky King roared at the sky. A soul sword formed between his eyebrows and instantly extinguished the soul fire. The next moment, he hurriedly swallowed a pill. His face was terrifyingly pale. Damn kid, how dare you hurt my soul? The little Sky King was about to go crazy. His opponent's sword skills were superb, and his physique was strong. Originally, he thought that his opponent's soul was his weakness, so he wanted to use a soul attack. He didn't expect that his opponent's soul would be so terrifying. Was his opponent an all-rounder? How could he not have a weakness? That was impossible. A person's energy was limited. How could his opponent be so all-rounder? He really couldn't understand. Fortunately, he also had a trump card. He used the soul sword to save his life. Otherwise, that soul fire would have killed him. Thinking of that, he felt a lingering fear. On the other side, Lin Xian was also surprised. You can block my soul fire. He was also very surprised. Once the soul fire was released, it was incomparably terrifying. Basically, no one could dodge it. He didn't expect his opponent to have the means to extinguish it. As expected of the little Sky King of the heavenly human tribe. Damn kid, I'll kill you. I must kill you. After swallowing the pill, the little Sky King roared at the sky. He was covered in blood. His white hair was also dyed red, and his handsome face was incomparably ferocious. He was a genius of the heavenly human tribe. The heavenly human tribe was incomparably terrifying. It was one of the powerful tribes that had been passed down since ancient times. And he was the little Sky King of the heavenly human tribe. His status was extremely noble. When had he not been surrounded by people who treated him with utmost respect? No one had ever dared to resist him and seriously injured him. Therefore, he couldn't stand it. Chapter 2688. Do you have what it takes to kill me? Lin Xian's aura became more and more terrifying. His murderous intent was like a vast ocean, surging through the void. Kid, I admit that you're strong. You're the strongest opponent I've ever met. However, do you really think you can defeat me? I still have my most powerful trump card that I haven't used yet. Now, take a good look at me. You can be proud that you're going to die under my divine power. The junior heavenly king floated in the void. Streaks of blood-red runes appeared on his body and shrouded him. A terrifying aura emanated from the Junior Heavenly King. On the other hand, the Junior Heavenly King became solemn. His body flickered more and more as if he had turned into a merciless heavenly river. Beside him, countless blood-colored runes formed 36 blood-colored vortexes. There seemed to be a figure sitting cross-legged in each of the vortexes. It was as if they were gods. They exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. Those were the 36 heavenly spirits. Finally, there were older generation figures who screamed, their faces full of fear. 36 heavenly spirits. What's that? The other young martial artists were puzzled. It was one of the most powerful divine powers of the heavenly human tribe. Legend had it that the 36 heavenly spirits were summoned by the heavenly human tribe using their bloodline power to communicate with the heavens and earth. Some even said that they were immortal spirits. Regardless, the 36 heavenly spirits were too terrifying. It was definitely one of the most powerful divine powers. What? There's such a divine power. Everyone was shocked. The Junior Heavenly Human Tribe used their own power to communicate with the heavens and earth to summon 36 gods to help him fight. That was too heaven-defying. The Heavenly Human Tribe had such a terrifying divine power. Everyone was stunned. Previously, they thought that the Junior Heavenly King couldn't win no matter how powerful he was. However, they didn't expect the Junior Heavenly King to have such a terrifying trump card. Who would be afraid of him when he used his trump card? Even Yi Wudao wouldn't be able to resist it. Sure enough, the Yaoguang saint, Yi Wudao, Yan Ruyu, the prince of the Great Xia dynasty, and the others looked extremely solemn. Lin Xian also frowned. He felt a chill run down his spine from the 36 blood-red shadows. Even though he had the 9 yang divine body, the blood in his body trembled violently. What a terrifying ability! Could 36 heaven spirits summon divine spirits and immortal phantoms? The celestial race was truly terrifying. He actually possessed such a terrifying divine ability. Lin Xian's expression was extremely solemn. On the other side, the little Sky King threw his head back and laughed. Once again, he revealed a cruel smile. Kid, did you see that? This is my trump card. Do you think you can contend against me? No one in the world could save him. Even if you kneel down and beg me now, I won't let you go. At this point, the little Heavenly King laughed out loud. Beside him, the 36 dipper stars shone even brighter. An extremely terrifying power surged out, causing everyone to continuously retreat. Those who were weaker directly fainted from this power. Boom! The next moment, the Junior Heavenly King made his move. A palm shot out, covering the sky and covering the earth. 36 blood-colored silhouettes vibrated, emitting a mysterious rhythm. Waves of terrifying energy were added to the palm. With a single palm strike, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Lin Xian dodged quickly, but in the end, he was still hit by the palm wind. Puff! He was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood that dyed the void red. He's injured. That kid is injured. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The 36 dipper stars were indeed terrifying. Lin Xian was injured by a single palm strike. One had to know that Lin Xian's physique was so terrifying that the little Sky King couldn't hurt him at all. But now, Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood after a single palm strike. This meant that the 36 dipper stars were really terrifying. This palm strike should be able to injure a sacred body. Sure enough, Yi Wudao's face was also gloomy. Obviously, he was also threatened. In the sky, the little Sky King laughed out loud. Kid, do you see that? This is my true strength. In front of me, you have no chance to resist at all." As he spoke, he waved his palm again. The blood-colored palm and the power of the 36 Dipper stars continued to surge out. Lin Xian stepped back step by step, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Blood dyed his body red, and his face became ferocious. "Kill!" With a roar, Lin Xian's body shone with a mysterious light. Countless runes and Daoist runes appeared on his body. At this moment, he displayed the 9 yang divine body without holding back. He seemed to have turned into an ancient god of war. His body alone was enough to crush heaven and earth. Not only that, Lin Xian held a dragon-shaped sword in his hand. The sword chi on his body was even more monstrous. His aura was enough to destroy the 9 heavens and 10 earths. 36 Dipper stars? I admit that you're strong, but so what? It's impossible for you to kill me. You're courting death. Do you think you can still resist me? Now, go to hell for me. The little Sky King sneered. He formed a seal with his palms and quickly attacked. Boom! Tyrant Fist of the Firmament. The little Sky King threw out 5 punches in a row. 5 blood-colored fists with the power of the 36 Dipper stars enveloped heaven and earth. Go to hell, brat. The little Sky King was full of confidence. Below, the people of the heavenly human tribe also laughed complacently. The people of the war tribe and the Yin-Yang sect looked even more ferocious. They knew that no one below the invincible king realm could resist such power. Unless a real invincible king realm expert descended. Brother Lin Xian. Brother Xian. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were extremely nervous. Even the dark red divine dragon frowned. Kid, use your full strength. Sure enough, facing the 5 terrifying blood-colored fists, Lin Xian's body tensed up. His 9 yang divine body shone brightly. He held the dragon-shaped sword with both hands. Dragon Soul Slash. With a roar, the dragon-shaped sword slashed out. Heaven and earth shattered. A sword chi streaked across the void. Wherever it passed, the entire sky was cut in half. Nothing could resist it. Ah! Everyone screamed because the sword was too terrifying. Although it was not slashed at them, the aura alone was enough to split their bodies. Many people vomited blood. They could not bear it at all. Hurry up and run. These young warriors fled into the distance as if they had gone mad. In the distance, in the palaces, the elders and powerhouses of the great sage also moved out. They came to the sky and looked ahead in horror. What was going on? What happened? It was still the same 2 people fighting. What kind of sword chi was that? What was that blood-colored vortex? These people were crazy. They knew that Lin Xian and the other prodigies were fighting, but they did not expect it to be so terrifying. It was far beyond the strength of the older generation. Even the invincible king's eyelids twitched wildly. Chapter 2689. He was indeed a genius with the potential of a great emperor. The heavenly human tribe was the heavenly human tribe's little Sky King. What kind of superpower was that? It was one of the most powerful superpowers of the heavenly human tribe, the 36 celestial stars. This little Sky King was too powerful. He was able to use such a powerful superpower at such a young age. That young man was the master of the immortal palace. Heavens, he was able to fight against the 36 celestial stars. What kind of sword skill did he use? The elders and experts of the sacred grounds exclaimed. At this moment, the people of the heavenly human tribe frowned. They did not expect their little Sky King to be unable to defeat his opponent even after using such a superpower. On the immortal palace's side, the eyes of the great guardian and the others flickered. They knew about the 36 celestial stars of the heavenly human tribe. To be honest, they were worried about Lin Xian. However, when they saw Lin Xian's shocking sword qi, they heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that Lin Xian would not be defeated. In the sky, the two terrifying forces collided and exploded, covering heaven and earth. Everyone retreated. The elders of the Jade Lake sacred ground were even more frantic. They activated a large array formation and directed the energy to the sky. The collision lasted for a very long time before it gradually weakened. Everyone retreated to a safe distance and looked at the sky in shock. Are they still two young sky prides? Why do I feel like two invincible kings are fighting? That's right. It's too scary. Are they really the same age as us? I wonder what the result is. No Flower said. Beside him, Gu Santong also sighed. No, the light was too strong, there was no way to detect it. Is it coming out? In front of them, the endless energy storm suddenly spun rapidly and the light dimmed quickly. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. They craned their necks and looked forward. The light gradually dimmed. Finally, they could see the scene in front of them. Then, everyone's jaws dropped. They were dumbfounded. They saw that Little Sky King's body had been split into two halves. His body hadn't been torn apart, but the terrifying cracks allowed them to see his internal organs. Lin Xian's body was also riddled with injuries. There were several palm prints on his body, and there were also several cracks on his body. However, the light on his body was still incomparably resplendent, and his aura was also very sharp. It seemed like his injuries weren't as serious as the Junior Sky King's. Little Sky King's body was drenched in blood. The 36 Big Dippers around him were gone. At this moment, he was extremely weak. Impossible. I can't possibly lose. You actually managed to break through my 36 celestial spirits. The Little Sky King screamed like a madman. He wanted to heal his broken body, but the sharp sword qi within the wound prevented him from doing so. This was the aura of the great dragon sword soul. It was not so easy to erase it, not to mention that Little Sky King was seriously injured. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body blossomed with radiance as the secret art of longevity circulated rapidly to heal his injuries. He gripped the ancient dragon abyss sword again and walked forward. Heavenly human race. Little Heavenly King. You want to kill me? Today, I will send you to hell first. Lin Xian walked forward step by step, each step leaving behind a trail of blood. He was basically walking on the void and blood. Seeing this scene, the people of the heavenly human race screamed like crazy. No! Damn brat! How dare you attack the Little Sky King? They were really crazy. If the Little Sky King died here, the entire heavenly human race would probably riot. The others were even more shocked. What was this guy trying to do? Could it be that he really wanted to kill the Little Sky King? The Little Sky King also screamed in horror. How dare you kill me? If you kill me, the heavenly human race won't let you off. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, I will suppress you and bring you back to teach you a lesson. What? He wants to suppress the Little Sky King and teach him a lesson? Hearing this, everyone's eyelids twitched wildly. This was even more terrifying than death. If he really did that, the Little Sky King would probably not be able to raise his head in the younger generation. Damn it, how dare you! A few of the heavenly human race's geniuses rushed forward and wanted to attack, but they were soon sent flying. Lin Xian waved his long sword and sent them flying. These powerhouses of the heavenly human race vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The others were all shocked. Damn it, how could he still be so powerful? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. In the sky, along with his sword Qi, another heavenly steel was formed, trying to suppress the little Sky King. No! The little Sky King roared powerlessly, but his broken body was bleeding even more because of the intense movement. He couldn't escape at all. Seeing that the little Sky King was about to be suppressed, the others were also shocked. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded in the sky. Enough, that's enough. There was a ruthless power in the voice. Then, a large hand blocked the heavenly steel in the sky. An old man appeared beside the little Sky King. With a wave of his hand, countless rays of light restored the little Sky King's broken body. The sharp sword Qi was also destroyed by the other party. An invincible king. It was the invincible king of the heavenly human race. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect that the invincible king of the heavenly human race would make a move in the end. Everyone was shocked. In the sky, the invincible king of the heavenly human race looked gloomy. After he saved the little Sky King, he looked at Lin Xian again. Alright, you can stop now. You've won this battle. Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled and kept the ancient dragon abyss sword. Thank you for letting me win. He nodded slightly, turned around, and went to the platform below. Then, he took out a few pills and swallowed them. Brother Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu quickly ran over. Murong Qingchen also hurriedly took out some pills. Brother Xian, hurry and eat this thing. Jade Lake Holy Water. The eyes of the saints and saintesses lit up when they saw this. This was the sacred medicine of the Jade Lake sacred ground. They didn't expect the saintess of the Jade Lake to take it out without hesitation. Lin Xian took it and swallowed it. Sure enough, he felt an incomparably pure energy repairing his body. Soon, the cracks and internal injuries on his body were healed in an instant. It's amazing. No wonder it's the sacred medicine of the Jade Lake sacred ground. Lin Xian was surprised. Damn brat, just you wait. This competition isn't over. One day, I'll get my revenge. In the sky, the little Sky King's body was also healed. His face was pale as he gritted his teeth and said, I'll fight you anytime. However, if this is all you've got, I advise you not to fight again. Because you're no match for me at all. Hearing this, the little Sky King was so angry that he vomited blood. The martial artists of the heavenly human race were also gnashing their teeth. Arrogant, too arrogant. Chapter 2690. Hall Master Lin, you're really strong. The invincible powerhouse of the celestial race also had a gloomy expression. Yes, this was a public slap to the celestial race's face. Moreover, the slap was so loud that they couldn't fight back at all. However, he wouldn't let it go so easily. Lin Xian shrugged. Is that so? Looking at Hall Master Lin's talent and magical powers, I'm afraid you'll become the #1 person of the younger generation in the future. Perhaps when the time comes, even the saint body won't be your opponent. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. Isn't that right? The invincible king of the celestial race actually gave Lin Xian such a high evaluation. Everyone was shocked. The dark red divine dragon and the others gritted their teeth. Damn it, this guy is trying to sow discord. Sure enough, Murong Qingqing and the others also looked at Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao shook his head. Don't worry, these words can't sow discord between me and Brother Lin. Lin Xian also frowned. The people of the celestial race are really shameless. The other party has cultivated to the invincible king realm. To deal with him, they actually used such provocative words. He responded in a deep voice. You flatter me. I always believe that there is always someone better. I don't dare to be the number one in the world. Is that so? A cold light appeared in the eyes of the celestial race powerhouse. Hall Master Lin is really modest. What you cultivate should be the 9-yang divine body. You even have this long-lost ancient body cultivation technique. Your future achievements won't be any weaker than the saint body. What, the 9-yang divine body? Could it be that it's the legendary body cultivation technique? Heavens, this kid actually cultivates the 9-yang divine body. I say, why does he have the light of the sun? This is the most masculine physique. After cultivating it, it won't be any worse than the saint body. The news instantly caused an uproar among the geniuses. For a moment, everyone stared at Lin Xian with fiery eyes. Lin Xian's pupils shrank, and his face instantly darkened. Damn it, I didn't expect the other party to recognize the physique I cultivate. And say it out loud. This really surprised him. The dark red divine dragon was also gnashing its teeth. Damn it, this old thing was courting death. It really wanted to kill him. He was infuriated because he knew that by saying that, Lin Xian would undoubtedly be pushed into the limelight. The 9-yang divine body was too terrifying and too tempting. His body refinement technique was passed down from the ancient times. It was extremely masculine and yang. After it was refined, its power would be unparalleled. More importantly, he did not need the power of the bloodline. In other words, whoever obtained it would be able to cultivate it. Of course, he now knew that this was not something that anyone could cultivate. The pain he had to endure was definitely unbearable for ordinary people. Even if others obtained it, they might not be able to master it. However, no one else knew about it. Moreover, even if Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon said it, these people would not believe them. Therefore, for a moment, Lin Xian was undoubtedly pushed to the forefront of the storm. Hall Master Lin, is what he said true? Did you really cultivate the 9-yang divine body? Finally, someone couldn't help but ask. These words ignited the others. Doubtful voices sounded one after another. Was it really the 9-yang divine body? Was it the legendary divine body? Compared to the sacred body, which was stronger and which was weaker? Everyone's eyes were burning with passion, but Lin Xian's gaze was cold as he looked around. This is my privacy. It's not convenient to reveal it to everyone. His voice was extremely cold. Hall Master Lin, there's no point in saying it like that. The 9-yang divine body has been lost for a long time. Now that it has reappeared in the world, it's truly a blessing for the world. If such an ancient body refinement technique was lost, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, Lin Xian, it's better for you to tell us. An expert from the war tribe spoke. Of course, they had to seize such a good opportunity. Firstly, they had to figure out whether it was the 9-yang divine body or not. Secondly, if they could obtain such a thing. Thinking of this, their eyes burned. Damn it, it's the people from the war tribe again. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth. Lin Xian also looked at the other party. Very good, war tribe, I will remember you. In the next moment, he said loudly. That's right, it was the 9-yang divine body. What? It really was the 9-yang divine body. Heavens, the lost divine body has reappeared in the world. No wonder his physique was so strong. It turned out that it was the 9-yang divine body. Legend had it that when one cultivated it to greater mastery, the 9-yang divine body would not be weaker than a sacred body. It's over. It's another invincible existence in the future. Screams and exclamations sounded. Obviously, the news had shocked them and made them go crazy. The people from the war tribe were also shocked. To be honest, they didn't expect that the other party really had the 9-yang divine body. Not only them, but the Yin-Yang sect, the Tai dynasty, the Dayan Holy Land, and the other sects of the great sage were all shocked. Even the Yi family was in an uproar. It turned out that it was such a physique. No wonder she was so strong. His physique was not Wu Dao's. The elders of the Yi family were also discussing spiritedly. Yi Wudao's eyes flickered. As expected of Brother Lin. He actually mastered such an ancient body tempering technique. Wow, Big Brother Lin Xian is so powerful. Shen Jingqiu's face was full of worship, but Murong Qingqing was a little worried. She felt that the exposure of the divine body wasn't a good thing. It would make countless people target Lin Xian. After all, not everyone had a divine body that had a super powerful bloodline. There were many powerhouses who didn't have a bloodline. However, the 9-yang divine body could make up for their losses. As long as they could obtain the 9-yang divine body, they would have the opportunity to obtain a powerful physique like the divine body. This was an endless temptation for everyone. Therefore, she felt that Lin Xian was really in danger. Lin Xian also knew this. However, he had been seen through by the other party. It was impossible to deny it. Moreover, he was the master of Immortal Palace. If anyone wanted to touch him, Immortal Palace wouldn't let them go. There was another reason. He had promised the 9-yang sword saint that he would let the 9-yang divine body reappear in the world. Perhaps this was an opportunity. The others' hearts were burning, especially those powerhouses. They all wanted to have it. However, they didn't dare to casually make a move. Because if they made a move here, they would be courting death. Therefore, everyone only stared at Lin Xian with fiery eyes. Lin Xian coldly snorted in the face of these fiery gazes. He wasn't afraid at all. In the distance, figures landed. The head enforcer and the others had rushed over. When they heard the news, they were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have the 9-yang divine body. However, at the same time, they were worried that he would be targeted by many people. Temple Master Lin, it's about time. Please. Not only did the head enforcer and the others come, but the Queen Mother of the West, the Yi family head, the Gu family head, and other holy masters also came. They all invited Lin Xian to enter the main hall. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Chapter 2691. It seemed that even if they wanted to make a move, they would have to wait until after the Jade Lake pageant. At least, no one would dare to make a move here. Otherwise, the Jade Lake would be the first to come after them. Lin Xian also nodded. Everyone, please. He followed the Empress of the West, the head of the Yi family, and the others as they flew forward. This scene made countless people look up and envious. Especially the young geniuses, who were even more envious. This kind of treatment was too shocking. To be able to sit on the same level as the sacred leader, no one in the younger generation except for Lin Xian could do that. Even the peerless geniuses like Yi Wudao and the Alcade Sage couldn't do it. After entering the main hall, Lin Xian sat down. Then, the Empress of the West smiled. Everyone, please try the immortal peaches first. Then, she asked the servants to prepare. Soon, the Jade Lake pageant began. One by one, beautiful women wearing colorful clothes and holding peaches of immortality in their hands entered the main hall like fish in a school. They were holding real immortal peaches for Lin Xian, the Empress of the West, and the others. They were the immortal peaches that only bloomed once every 3,000 years. The saints, saintesses, and geniuses outside stopped talking about martial arts and sat down one after another. They were eating immortal peaches that only bloomed once every 1,000 years. In addition to them, the elders and powerhouses of the great sage also ate immortal peaches. The rest of the people ate immortal peaches. Among them, the geniuses who were going to be children ate immortal peaches that bloomed once every 300 years. The others ate immortal peaches that only bloomed once every 100 years. But even so, it was still very enviable. Even though it was young, it was watered with the holy water of the Jade Lake. Its effect and spirituality were far superior to those outside. They really envied Brother Lin for being able to eat immortal peaches that only bloomed once every 3,000 years. Gu Santong and the others were envious. Shen Jingqiu pouted as well. She wondered if it tasted good. Sister Murong, can't you use your privilege to make one for me? She looked at Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing smiled and said, okay, let's eat this first. After the event is over, I'll see if I have a chance. She blinked as she transmitted her voice. Hearing this, Shen Jingqiu was very happy. In the distance, the people from the Battle Clan, the Heavenly Human Clan, and the Yin-Yang sect were gnashing their teeth. Damn it, that brat was actually able to enter the main palace. This was too abominable. Don't worry, this kid will definitely be unlucky. If his 9-yang divine body was exposed, he would definitely become the target of everyone in the world. Just wait and see. Perhaps some old monsters in seclusion will make their move. Those people sneered. They knew that after the Feast of Peaches, there would definitely be people who would attack. The outside was lively, but the inside was even more exciting. Only now did Lin Xian realize how great these sacred masters and sect masters were feeling. He felt that there was a world of difference between what he was eating and what the saints and saintesses were eating outside. The wine and tea were all brewed with the holy water of the Jade Lake. Every dish he ate was extremely precious, and the ingredients seemed to be almost extinct in the outside world. Even the chopsticks he used were made of metal that was used to make heaven-grade treasures. In short, it was very luxurious. As expected of the Jade Lake sacred ground, it had a rich heritage. Lin Xian looked around and found that the other sacred masters and sect masters were all looking at him. It seemed that it was better to be the sacred master. Not long after eating, the sacred master of the Taishian sacred ground said, "All Master Lin, why don't we talk about the nest of 10,000 dragons?" Hearing this, the other sacred masters and sect masters also put down their chopsticks and stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also under a lot of pressure when he was stared at by so many sacred masters and sect masters. Fortunately, he had the great dragon sword soul in his body, which instantly resolved the pressure. Otherwise, if it were any other saint, they would probably collapse. When the other sacred masters saw this scene, they were also very surprised. A mighty figure could actually withstand the gaze and pressure of so many sacred masters and sect masters. He really had the ability to sit in the position of Hall Master. Well, since everyone is so interested, I'll explain it briefly. Lin Xian swirled his wine glass and slowly talked about the nest of 10,000 dragons. In fact, Lin Xian said it very simply. The most important thing these people wanted to know was where the nest of 10,000 dragons was. However, just knowing where it was not enough. They held the Jade Lake Grand Meeting this time in order to unite the sacred grounds and sects in the world and attack together. Therefore, not only Lin Xian, but also the Queen Mother of the West, Yi Family Master, and the others also spoke up. They were discussing with the sacred masters and sect masters of the world. Among them, the main thing to discuss was how many people were needed to break the restriction and whether they should join forces after entering. If they joined forces, how would they distribute the treasures? Of course, now Lin Xian, the Queen Mother of the West, Yi Family, and the others were a small group. They had common interests, so at this time, they naturally wanted to take the biggest share. The other sacred masters and sect masters were naturally unwilling. The other party was only at the level of 7 sacred grounds, and the number of sacred grounds on their side exceeded this number. If the other party took the biggest share, their gains would not make up for the losses. Therefore, both sides had an intense discussion. In the end, it was decided. Although it was not as ridiculous as before, Lin Xian was still very tempted. Because of the current distribution method, Immortal Hall alone would be able to obtain resources equivalent to the sum of 5 sacred grounds. This definitely made him very satisfied. Moreover, these were joint forces. Other than that, they could also act alone. Thinking about it, with Immortal Hall's strength and foundation, they would definitely be able to harvest again. One had to know that the Yuhua Immortal Robe was obtained by Immortal Hall, not to mention the even more precious nest of 10,000 dragons this time. When the time came, the old palace master Xia Jiuyo would also take action. That was a saint after all. Lin Xian felt a surge of excitement at the thought of this. It seemed simple, but this discussion lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. In the end, the general direction was decided. Lin Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. He, the Queen Mother of the West, Yi family master, and the others looked at each other and smiled. Then, everyone walked out of the main hall together. Seeing Lin Xian and so many sacred masters come out together, the saints, saintesses, elders, and countless cultivators outside also stood up. They had already eaten the peaches of immortality. At this moment, they were waiting for the results of the meeting. When they saw these people come out, their hearts were in their throats. Queen Mother of the West, please. Everyone looked at the Queen Mother of the West. After all, this was the Jade Pool, so naturally, the Queen Mother of the West had to make the announcement. The Queen Mother of the West nodded. She had the divine might of a mother of the world. She said loudly, "The meeting is over. We have decided to work together to open the nest of 10,000 dragons. The time will be half a month later." Was the nest of 10,000 dragons really going to be opened? When the people below heard this, they were all shocked, and their breathing quickened. The eyes of the saints and geniuses also lit up. As long as the nest of 10,000 dragons was opened, they would be able to obtain the natural treasures inside. In that case, their strength would increase rapidly. Chapter 2692. Next, please go back and prepare the array masters. The array formation of the nest of 10,000 dragons isn't that easy to break. I hope everyone won't hold back. All right. The sacred leaders and sect masters nodded one after another. They prepared to bring their disciples back. On Lin Xian's side, his eyes flickered. He gathered the martial artists of the Immortal Palace together. Hall Master Lin, why don't you use my Jade Lake's Dao Gate to leave? Queen Mother of the West said with a smile. She naturally knew about the 9-yang divine body. Moreover, Lin Xian's relationship with Murong Qingqing made her want to help. Thank you, Queen Mother of the West. Hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The Great Guardian and the others were also completely relieved. Originally, they were worried that they would be attacked by experts after they left. After all, the 9-yang divine body was too important. Now that they had the Dao Gate, they could directly open the Immortal Palace. This way, they would be much safer. Qingqing, I'll go back first. See you later. Looking at Murong Qingqing and Shinjingqiu, Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, he raised his head and looked at Yi Wudao, No Flower, and the others. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. Brother Lin, see you later. We'll meet again soon. Brother Lin, if there's a chance, we must spar. Yi Wudao also said with a smile. Lin Xian waved at them. Then, everyone stepped into the Jade Lake Dao Gate, tore through the void, and disappeared. Seeing this scene in the distance, many experts in the sacred grounds sighed. The people of the heavenly human race and war race gritted their teeth. They were even prepared to leave the Jade Lake and join forces to ambush the other party. Many people even secretly called for the experts of their sacred grounds to prepare a sneak attack. However, they didn't expect that the other party would use the Dao Gate of the Jade Lake sacred ground to teleport away. This way, they definitely wouldn't be able to find the other party. Damn it, they lost their chance. Many people gritted their teeth. However, a powerhouse of the heavenly human race snorted coldly. It didn't matter. The nest of 10,000 dragons was about to open, and he would definitely enter. During the chaotic battle in the nest of 10,000 dragons, he directly captured him. Good idea, let him live a little longer. When he was in the nest of 10,000 dragons, he would definitely not let him off. The voice of the war race's expert was similarly cold. Many people had the same idea. Then, they followed their sect leaders and left the Jade Lake sacred ground. Things had not calmed down. Instead, they had just begun. After the Immortal Peach Banquet, news spread out. First, it was the news of the nest of 10,000 dragons that shocked the world. Not everyone came to participate in the Jade Lake pageant. There were some hidden clans that didn't show up, and some terrorist organizations like the Assassin Dynasty didn't show up either. However, this did not mean that they were not interested in the nest of 10,000 dragons. When the news spread, these hidden forces, as well as the ordinary warriors, were all excited. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the movements of those holy lands. Because they wanted to see where the nest of 10,000 dragons was. But then, another piece of news ignited the entire true spirit world. The 9-yang divine body had reappeared in the world. Everyone went crazy as if they were injected with chicken blood. That was the long-lost holy physique, and it had actually appeared. Moreover, it was obtained by Lin Xian. In an instant, countless people moved out. Firstly, they were inquiring about the authenticity of the news because the 9-yang divine body had not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Now that it had suddenly appeared, it made people suspect that it was fake. It was really for Lin Xian. However, when they asked around and found out that it was really the 9-yang divine body, they were all shocked. Soon, they joined forces to discuss countermeasures. Because there were many people who had designs on the 9-yang divine body. Among them, the hidden experts came out of seclusion one after another. They wanted to find Lin Xian. However, at this moment, Lin Xian had already returned to the Immortal Palace. Palace Master, you're back. The elders in the Immortal Palace also heaved a sigh of relief. They also knew about the overwhelming news in the outside world. This made them sweat profusely. They were even prepared to attack with their holy weapons. What's going on outside? Lin Xian asked as soon as he returned. The outside world had already gone crazy. When their palace master had the 9-yang divine body, these people would probably go crazy with jealousy. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly, his expression not looking too good. Although he had planned to use the 9-yang divine body sooner or later, the current situation had caught him off guard. Indeed, it made him feel unhappy. However, what shocked him even more was that the commotion caused by the 9-yang divine body didn't seem to be any weaker than the nest of 10,000 dragons. Damn it, if these people knew that I had the great dragon sword soul, how crazy would they go? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. The 9-yang divine body was only one of his trump cards. Other than that, the heavenly secret divine eyes and the great dragon sword soul were extremely terrifying. Especially the great dragon sword soul, it was known as the existence with the highest attack power. If this news were to spread, not to mention these people, even saints would jump out. It seemed that he had to hurry up and break through. Lin Xian felt the pressure. The Great Protector and the others also moved. They carried forbidden artifacts and holy weapons by their side. They had to ensure Lin Xian's safety. They prepared to gather the elite array masters. Lin Xian gave the order. It wasn't just them. Jade Lake Sacred Ground, Yi family, Skyscraper Dynasty, and all the sacred grounds and sects were preparing. The remaining people were all looking for Lin Xian all over the world, wanting to obtain the 9-yang divine body. However, they were destined not to find him. In a spiritual mountain, a blue-robed man sat there. In front of him, the ground split open and a black head appeared. The 9-yang divine body had appeared. This was the black head's words. "I know." The blue-robed man nodded. It was really surprising. He didn't expect that the 9-yang divine body, which was on par with the saint body, would reappear. "What should I do?" the black head asked. "Should I send someone to kill him? I can contact the people of hell again." "Don't worry, do as I say." Originally, I wanted to give this spot to the #1 genius of the war race, but I didn't expect this kid to display the 9-yang divine body and defeat the heavenly human race's little Sky King. Since that's the case, I'll give this spot to him. But, is this really okay? The black head was a little doubtful. "Don't worry, this method will definitely work. Ordinary geniuses might only look up and praise, but those top geniuses who have the strength to break through to the great emperor realm will definitely go crazy and attack. Sometimes, a title is more important than one's life. Just wait and see. The 5 people I chose aren't the strongest 5, but they're definitely the best of the best. Moreover, they are the ones with the most potential. Giving them the title of young great emperor will definitely arouse the jealousy, dissatisfaction, and hostility of the other top geniuses. At that time, we don't need to do anything, those people will come knocking on our door." Chapter 2693. The blue-robed man revealed a cruel smile. Then, the black head drilled into the ground and disappeared. Half a month passed very quickly. The various great sage lands were already prepared. The others were no longer looking for the 9-yang divine body. Instead, they quickly paid attention to the nest of 10,000 dragons. They paid attention to every move of these holy lands because the news of the nest of 10,000 dragons was about to be exposed. On this day, Lin Xian sent a voice transmission to the Queen Mother of the West, the Yi family, and the other 7 great sage lands. They worked together to open the Dao Gate. Qinling Mountain. It was a very famous spirit vein in the Middle Continent. It was very vast, millions of miles long. It was impossible to detect the end. Moreover, from the sky, Qinling Mountain looked like a huge dragon lying on the Middle Continent. This place was incomparably mysterious and had all sorts of legends. It was even said that the entire Qinling Mountain was a dragon vein. However, no one dared to establish a kingdom here. Only some families and sects were established nearby. They didn't dare to get too close. Logically speaking, the divine dynasties in the Middle Continent should occupy such a dragon vein. However, those divine dynasties shouldn't have done so. Because back then, there was a very powerful faction that wanted to establish a divine country here. However, the next day, it was uprooted and disappeared into thin air. This scene scared all the factions in the Middle Continent crazy. From then on, no one dared to establish a divine country here. At this moment, in the sky above Qinling Mountain, Dao patterns flashed. The void split open, and figures appeared all over the sky. These people had powerful auras, and their bodies shone with boundless light like gods. The first to appear were naturally Lin Xian and the other powerhouses of the Immortal Palace. After that, the Jade Pool, the Yi family, the Gu family, and the other great sage lands arrived. Behind them, the void and the surrounding millions of miles split open one after another, and powerful figures descended one after another. They were the great sects of the great sage lands on the true spirit continent. At this moment, the sky within millions of miles was completely distorted. It couldn't withstand the pressure of these people at all. Moreover, they were only bringing formation masters. If the peerless powerhouses of the great sage lands arrived, the image would be even more terrifying. Qinling Mountain, it was actually Qinling Mountain. After these people landed, they were extremely shocked. They didn't expect the nest of 10,000 dragons to be located in Qinling Mountain. There were countless legends about the Qinling Mountains in Zhongzhou. Legend had it that this was a living forbidden zone. In other words, ordinary people would have no problem entering this place. However, who would want to establish a superpower here and make use of the dragon vein here? The next day, they would be destroyed by someone and cease to exist. Could it be that the nest of 10,000 dragons was buried in the Qinling Mountains? Everyone exclaimed, and some of the top spirit masters were shocked. Indeed, the Qinling Mountains looked like a huge dragon vein from here. It could really be the hiding place of the dragons. However, the Qinling Mountains were too vast. It was impossible to tell where the end was. Therefore, they still did not know where the entrance to the nest of 10,000 dragons was. Unless someone gave them directions, they would have to search one by one, and that would take a long time. Fortunately, Lin Xian knew the exact coordinates. With a flash of his body, he walked towards the mountain range below. Keep up. The other sacred leaders and sect masters hurriedly followed. They were not willing to fall behind by even a single point. For a moment, everyone followed Lin Xian's figure and quickly flew into the distance. After flying for about a few million miles, Lin Xian stopped in front of them. The sect masters and sacred leaders behind also stopped when they saw this scene. They were extremely nervous. Was it here? Here. Those spirit masters also frowned, and their eyes flickered. What's wrong? Is there a problem? The terrain here was so strange. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be the place with the most essence of the dragon vein. Could it be that it wasn't here? Those sacred leaders and sect masters frowned. The people they invited were all very powerful spirit masters. He was a super expert in spirit seeking and pulse fixing. Now, the expressions of these people made them uneasy. But soon, they became serious. Because in front of them, Lin Xian had moved again. Lin Xian flew to the left for another several 100,000 miles before coming to a complete stop. This was the place. He waved his hand and a huge light sword appeared. He swung it downward. Instantly, the light sword stood on the ground and pierced into the clouds. Was it really here? That's impossible. Those powerful seeker spirit masters frowned. Seeing these people's doubts, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He exerted force with his palm, and the huge light trembled and bloomed. Cracks appeared on the ground within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Then, an extremely terrifying force erupted like a volcano, spewing in all directions. These sacred leaders and sect masters were so scared that they quickly rose into the air. Lin Xian was already prepared. The power of yin and yang appeared under his feet, and he quickly retreated. Buzz 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 below, array runes flickered. It came and went quickly. In an instant, it disappeared without a trace. However, that power could easily kill an invincible king. What a powerful array! It was an ancient array. Moreover, it was an ancient killing array. That's right, it must be this place. Otherwise, who would set up such a terrifying killing array? Those sacred ancestor sect masters screamed. The surrounding powerful spirit masters were also shocked. Was it really here? This shouldn't be. This was different from what they usually knew. However, the eyes of a few living fossil-level spirit masters lit up. Mysterious runes flashed on their bodies. I know. It's actually like this. They were excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Elder, what's going on? Those young spirit masters asked one after another. They had searched for many spirit veins and could be said to be experienced and powerful. However, they could not understand the situation here. The living fossil who spoke was a super elder of the Tuoba family. The Tuoba family was a powerful family of spirit masters. The super elder in their family finally screamed. This was a place where the hidden dragon was not used. This place looked ordinary, but if one looked carefully, this was a place where the essence of the dragon veins gathered. It was just that it was buried deep, and ordinary people could not see through it at all. It turned out to be like this. Was this the land of hidden dragons that was recorded in the ancient books? The other seeker spirit masters were also shocked. It was too mysterious. Without the specific coordinates, these people would not be able to find it even if they searched for a lifetime. As expected of the nest of 10,000 dragons, it was indeed terrifying. Just the location alone was so mysterious. The other sacred leaders and sect masters were wild with joy. Since they had found it, the next step was to break the array formation. The Queen Mother of the West, the head of the Yi family, and the other 6 great sage masters descended and met up with Lin Xian. Hall Master Lin, let's begin. Lin Xian nodded. With the Immortal Palace, the Yi family, and the 7 great alliances as the lead, they cooperated with the countless holy lands and great sects in the surroundings and began to break the array formation. Chapter 2694. As for Immortal Palace, Lin Xian was handed over to the Dark Red Divine Dragon and a group of array masters. The Dark Red Divine Dragon was very excited. He was a dragon and an array master. Now that he could personally open the nest of 10,000 dragons, it was very meaningful to him. Moreover, this time, it wasn't just him. There were also countless terrifying array masters helping him. It could be said that they would definitely be able to break it this time. Boom! Boom! Roar! However, after about 5 or 6 days, a shocking light appeared. The surrounding mountain ranges from millions of kilometers began to tremble as countless rays of light swept out in all directions. The array masters were forced back. Many people vomited blood. The array formation is too powerful, far beyond our expectations. Damn it, why don't we use our sacred weapons to attack? With so many sacred lands and sects joining forces, I don't believe that we can't break it open. We can't. Several senior array masters hurriedly shook their heads. It was still possible to use 1 or 2 sacred weapons to try. However, if all the sacred lands and sects attacked together, the consequences would be too terrifying. After all, this was the Qinling Mountains, an incomparably mysterious existence that could turn a divine dynasty into ashes overnight. If we really touched something that we shouldn't touch, I'm afraid that we would be mercilessly erased. Hearing this, the sacred leaders and sect masters all fell silent. Yes, back then, there was a sacred land-level faction that built a divine dynasty here, but it was easily destroyed in the end. Until now, they still didn't know what kind of faction it was. Who destroyed the other party? This undoubtedly meant that this place was very terrifying. Now, they were going to use hundreds of sacred weapons to fight here. They would probably end up very miserably. However, it would be very troublesome to break it without sacred weapons. How about this, we'll use one or two to try. Someone suggested. In the end, the sacred leaders of the Dying Sacred Land and the All-Beginning Sacred Land walked out. They took out 2 sacred weapons and prepared to try. The sacred leader of the Dying Sacred Land took out a sacred sword, and a terrifying sword light spread out. The sacred leader of all beginnings took out a primal chaos hammer. The 2 intact sacred weapons emitted a terrifying aura that blotted the sky. Moreover, they were personally controlled by the 2 sacred leaders. It could be said that this attack could really destroy the sky. The formation below shook violently, and an even more terrifying light flashed. However, the formation did not take the attack head-on. Instead, it produced mysterious runes that opened up the void and banished the 2 terrifying attacks into the void. Damn it, what a strange formation. This was a spatial array. Damn it. The people who set up the nest of 10,000 dragons must have thought of this situation back then. Therefore, as long as there was a power at the level of a sacred weapon, it would probably directly hit the void and would not be able to hurt the nest of 10,000 dragons. He was really unwilling to accept this. If it weren't for this strange legend, we would have used our extreme weapons. The eyes of a few ancient sacred grounds flickered. However, the Yi family, the Gu family, and the other remote antiquity families did not dare to use them. The reason for that was because the consequences of using an extreme Dao weapon were simply too frightening. If they were to really end up attracting someone that they were unable to contend against, it would definitely be a devastating blow. How about this? Let's use a formation master to crack it. We've waited for so many years. That's right. For people like them, 8 to 10 years was simply the blink of an eye. What they wanted was safety, stability, and no accidents. The 2 sacred weapons could not break it either, so the great sage also put away this thought and instructed their respective formation masters to do their best to crack it. They were prepared for a long battle. Sure enough, the great sage shouted loudly and set up camp here. They formed bases with many powerhouses guarding them. There were also some disciples who came and went to transport resources. Those formation masters had solemn expressions as they quickly worked together to crack the formation bit by bit. The dark red divine dragon also led a group of immortal palaces formation masters to join the battle. Once they cracked it, a year passed. In a year's time, everyone only cracked a little. However, they did not give up. Instead, their confidence increased greatly. It seemed that this method was feasible, but it would take some time. This bit of time was simply a drop in the ocean for them. It was not worth mentioning. Moreover, everyone knew that as long as they found the key to the formation and cracked it, the entire formation would collapse. Therefore, although it seemed long, it would actually take less than a few years. During this year, the outside world had also undergone earth-shaking changes. The commotion at Qinling Mountain was too huge and finally attracted the attention of those people. They rushed over and found that there were countless sacred lords, sect masters, and a large number of formation masters here. Obviously, this should be the nest of 10,000 dragons. The news that the nest of 10,000 dragons was in Qinling Mountain spread and shocked the world. Countless people gathered here, wanting to enter. However, some people waited for a few months, some waited for half a year, and some waited for even longer, but they still found that there were no signs of it opening. This made them discuss animatedly. In the end, news spread that the formation would take many years to crack, so it was useless to wait here for the time being. No way, so many sacred lands, great sects, and clan of the ancients gathered together, but it still took so long. What do you know? The nest of 10,000 dragons is the legendary dragons. It's their burial ground. How can it be simple? It's probably similar to the other forbidden areas. Is it strange to take so many years to crack it? In my opinion, it's already a miracle that they can crack it. That's true. Everyone discussed animatedly. However, among them, many family organizations also spontaneously formed an alliance. They gathered all the formation masters in the world and prepared to join the cracking camp. After all, other than the great sects of the sacred lands, there were also many powerful families. They might not be qualified to be sacred lands, but their combined forces were still very terrifying. Therefore, a steady stream of formation masters rushed over from all over the world to join in. This surprised the great sage. Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, and the others were overjoyed. With the participation of family organizations from all over the world, the speed of cracking the formation would increase again. That was the first thing. The second thing also shocked everyone. Moreover, the younger generation of prodigies almost went crazy. Because a piece of news came from somewhere and quickly swept the world. Moreover, it was getting more and more intense. That was, someone had ranked the prodigies of the Eastern Wilderness, Western Desert, Zhongzhou, Nanling, and Northern Plains. And each continent had a number one person who was even given a title. The news also said that these 5 people had the potential to become great emperors and were the 5 most likely to become great emperors. As soon as this news came out, the world was in an uproar. Chapter 2695. The Great Emperor was an existence that suppressed the ages and swept through the 8 desolations. Who didn't want to become the Great Emperor? Moreover, they were all geniuses. No one would completely admire the others. They all thought that their strength was unparalleled. However, there was no publicly acknowledged number one. But now, someone had actually pushed out the number one of the 5 continents. This directly pushed these 5 people into the heart of the storm. Eastern Sage, Western Buddha, Southern Emperor, Northern Demon, and Central Emperor. Eastern Sage, of course, referred to the Eastern Barren Territory Saint Physique, Yi Wudao. West Buddha referred to Holy Sun Wuchen of the West Desert's Thousand Buddha Temple. South Emperor, Yen Nantian of the Yen family of the South Mountains. It was rumored that he had obtained the inheritance of the Great Emperor. No one knew the name of the Northern Demon, but it was rumored that he possessed the bloodline of one of the 10 ancient ferocious beasts. It was rumored that he had set out once, and it truly was the result of 10,000 beasts submitting, none of them daring to resist. Central Emperor. The Central Continent was famous for its imperial dynasty. However, the imperial dynasty did not refer to a prince, nor did it refer to the imperial dynasty's sacred lords. It referred to a young man. Lin Xian. Emperor was not a member of the imperial family, but an emperor. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Emperors and emperors were the same. They were both existences that had reached the peak. However, the title of emperor was even more precious. These 5 youngsters were praised to the skies. However, what followed was the jealousy of countless geniuses. One had to know that as top prodigies, no one was willing to submit to another. Moreover, the true spirit continent was simply too vast. There were countless heroes and geniuses. Who would dare to claim to be number one under the heavens? But now, someone actually went crazy and gave the 5 of them heaven-defying titles. It was said that the future great emperor would be born from these 5 people. How could the people of the world accept this? One should know that even though the 5 of them were top-tier geniuses as well, there were way too many geniuses who were no weaker than them. The number one prodigy of the battle race, the peerless genius of the celestial race, the divine body of the Gu family, and the born Tao aptitude of the Tao One Holy Land. The Central State's Dragon Emperor physique. There were too many of them. Although he couldn't say that he could win against them, he could definitely stand shoulder to shoulder with them and reach the same peak. However, someone just had to choose 5 people. How could the remaining peerless geniuses tolerate this? Damn it, who was it that actually sent out such a message? For a moment, the Yi family was not excited, but their faces were gloomy. Leaf Dao Denier had just been hunted down, and had narrowly escaped death. But now, only a few years later, someone was pushing Leaf Dao Denier into the eye of the storm. What was he trying to do? They didn't believe that someone was actually praising Leaf Dao Denier. It was clearly a soft stab at him, a way to incur the displeasure of everyone under heaven. Apparently, Leaf Dao Denier was going to be in big trouble in the future. Eastern Sage. This title was equivalent to the number 1 person among the younger generation in the Eastern Wilderness. The Eastern Barren Territory was vast, and there were many geniuses. It was even possible that some of the older generation figures would assassinate them in order to pave the way for the later generation of disciples. Not only the Yi clan, but the other clans as well. Namling and the Yen family were also on high alert. In the Western Desert, the 10,000 Buddha temple was also secretly investigating. Who was the one who spread this news? The northern demons of the northern plains had disappeared without a trace. The other party was simply too mysterious. Up until now, no one had been able to clearly see who the northern demon was. The middle continent was in an uproar. The central continent had always considered itself the center of the true spirit world, looking down on the other 4 continents. It could be said to be the place with the most outstanding people in the true spirit world. There were many spirit veins and countless dragon veins. There were also many powerful experts. Not only were there many sacred grounds, but there were also terrifying clans. There were also divine dynasties. Each and every one of those dynasties was terrifying beyond compare. They had even produced ancient emperors, and had left behind ultimate weapons. But now, their descendants, their princes, weren't crowned as the number 1 person. The one who was called the Middle Emperor was actually someone else. Someone who didn't belong to any dynasty. Lin Xian. Damn it. What did he do to deserve the title of Middle Emperor? The princes of the Tai dynasty all went crazy, and they all roared furiously. The Empress screamed at the top of her lungs. There was an irreconcilable hatred between her and Lin Xian. However, not only had he survived her many attempts to kill him, but he had also become the Middle Emperor. Now, he was even called the Middle Emperor. One had to know that the title of Emperor couldn't be used carelessly. Even the sacred lords of the divine dynasties didn't dare to use the title of Emperor. Because the title of Emperor was too special. Only extremely terrifying great emperors or those who had made great contributions to the world could be given the title of Emperor. It could be said that the Emperor was a supreme existence among the great emperors. There were many ancient great emperors, but there were very few who were truly emperors. Therefore, everyone was crazy about the title of Middle Emperor and valued it greatly. It wasn't just the Tai dynasty. The other dynasties, especially the princes, all declared that they would kill Lin Xian with their own hands. In addition to these dynasties, countless geniuses in the central continent also set out to search for Lin Xian crazily. Lin Xian didn't accompany the dark red divine dragon all the time. He had already returned to the immortal palace to prepare to cultivate in the Qinling Mountains. After all, when the nest of 10,000 dragons opened, there would be an intense battle. Therefore, he had to seize the opportunity to improve his strength. But on this day, he was woken up. Outside, the elders of the immortal palace were transmitting voice transmissions over and over again. It seemed that something had happened. This surprised Lin Xian. What was going on? Lin Xian frowned. Could it be that there was a new breakthrough in the nest of 10,000 dragons? No, Palace Master, come out quickly. Something bad has happened. What happened? Lin Xian was puzzled. He came out of seclusion and rushed to the starry hole. At this moment, countless elders were gathered in the starry hole. Peacock, Huidao, Guili, and other geniuses were also standing there with anxious expressions. When they saw Lin Xian arrive, they hurriedly shouted to pay their respects to the palace master. Get up. Lin Xian waved his hand. What's going on? What exactly happened? Palace master, take a look at this first. Peacock took out a jade scroll and handed it over. Lin Xian probed with his soul power and quickly browsed through it. What was this? In the next moment, he was stunned. Because what was recorded was the news about his title of Middle Emperor. Who released this? Lin Xian retracted his soul power and asked with a frown. His expression wasn't very good because he could naturally understand that someone was targeting the five of them. He didn't know. The news was spread half a year ago, but no one knew where it came from. Moreover, in the past half a year, it had spread to every corner of the true spirit world. Everyone in the streets and alleys knew about the 5 titles. Palace Master, this person is too vicious. He didn't make a move himself and wanted to use the methods of the world to get rid of the 5 of you. That's right, those immortal palace elders also had solemn expressions. The Eastern Wasteland sacred body had unlimited potential. Once it grew up, it would be an existence comparable to a great emperor. Chapter 2696. It was said that Yan Nantian of the southern mountains had obtained the inheritance of the great emperor. The northern beasts were the descendants of one of the 10 great ancient beasts. As for you, you displayed the 9 yang divine body a year ago. That's a lost divine body. After cultivating it, it's not weaker than a sacred body. Naturally, you'll be targeted by others. I'm afraid they don't want you to grow. Indeed. The elder was right. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He did not expect to be targeted. Moreover, they used such a method. However, that person thought too highly of him. He gave him too much face and directly called him Central Emperor. Most likely, the few great dynasties of the Central Plains would all go crazy. What's the situation outside? Lin Xian asked. Huidao sighed. The situation is very bad. According to our intelligence, the princes of the various divine empires all want to fight the palace master. Not only that, the other peerless geniuses also said that they want to fight the palace master to the death. Among them, the #1 genius of the war tribe even said something ruthless. Other than that, there's also the heavenly human race's little sky king. Every top genius is very difficult to deal with. What should we do? How about this? We'll deny it and say that someone is joking. An elder suggested it. However, Lin Xian shook his head. No, since he gave me the title of Central Emperor, I'll accept it. As for the challenges, if they're not afraid of death, they can come. He sneered, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Did these people really think that he only had the 9 yang divine body? He also had the great dragon sword soul, which had the highest attack power. He was determined to get the title of Central Emperor. No, Palace Master. It's too risky. There would probably be endless battles in the future. In the past, when he didn't have this title, everyone was at peace with each other. But now that he has this title, he has become the target of all the geniuses of middle ground. Yes, if they defeat him, they will be able to obtain this title. This is a supreme honor for them. Therefore, I'm afraid that those people will go crazy and challenge you. It's fine. Lin Xian waved his hand. You just have to guarantee that those old monsters won't jump out to kill me. He was not worried about the younger generation. Instead, he was worried about the old monsters in the top forces. If there was a saint who really didn't like him and jumped out to kill him, he really wouldn't be able to resist. That was why, as long as Immortal Palace could stop these old monsters, he had confidence in sweeping through the younger generation. He would let everyone know who the young emperor of Central State was. All the elders were stunned. Peacock and the other elders' minds were blank. They looked at Lin Xian's confident and calm face. For a long time, they were speechless. In the end, those elders sighed. All right, Palace Master, don't worry. We will use all of Immortal Palace's power to protect your safety. He would definitely not let any old monster succeed in a sneak attack. It wasn't just Lin Xian's side. The Yi family and the other titled families from the other 4 continents also made statements. The main thing was that saint-level people were forbidden from attacking, and Invincible King was also forbidden from carrying a complete holy weapon in pursuit. Once they discovered him, they would kill him instantly at all costs. However, they weren't at ease, because this thing could intimidate existences with powerful backgrounds. But if some rogue cultivators or saints without sex really attacked and hid for thousands of years, they really wouldn't be able to find them. That was why from now on, they assigned countless experts to Yi Wudao and the others. Lin Xian, get the hell out here. You are not worthy of being called Central Emperor. I will definitely cut you down with my blade. The War Race's #1 prodigy spoke. Immediately, Central State was shaken. The War Race was an ancient race. The War Race's #1 prodigy was definitely incomparably terrifying, one of the most terrifying prodigies. At this moment, he declared that he would kill Lin Xian. This caused everyone to be shocked and excited. They knew that a heaven-shaking battle was about to happen. After the War Race's #1 prodigy spoke, the Celestial Race's Little Sky King also jumped out, declaring that he would wipe away his humiliation. He would kill Lin Xian. His injuries had long since healed. However, he couldn't swallow the anger in his heart. Previously, he had lost to Lin Xian at the Nacre Lake. It was the greatest humiliation of his life, and he wanted to pay it back with his own hands. The princes and crown princes of the various empires were furious, all of them wanting to challenge Lin Xian. Apart from the princes, there was one more person. It was the twin kings of Central State. He hadn't appeared for many years. Ever since he lost to Lin Xian in the ancient tomb, he had disappeared. In fact, he had gone into seclusion. This time, he had made substantial progress, so he came out of seclusion and appeared in the Middle Continent. However, when he came out and learned that Lin Xian had obtained the title of Central Emperor, he was furious. After all, he was known as the Twin Kings of Central State. He was extremely terrifying in the Middle Continent, and basically no one was a match for him. Except for the fact that he lost to Lin Xian. Therefore, this time, he wanted to wipe away his humiliation. Countless geniuses wanted to fight Lin Xian for the title of Central Emperor. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Xian. Yi Wudao also received many challenges. Many saints' sons and geniuses came to provoke him. The South Arch and the North Buddha were also challenged. The one who had the easiest time should be the mysterious North Demon. Even if someone wanted to challenge him, they couldn't find any trace of him. Moreover, those who wanted to challenge him were probably from the beast race. Of course, the northern plains was vast, and geniuses came out in large numbers. Therefore, there were also people who wanted to challenge North Beast for the title of #1. For a moment, the entire True Spirit continent was in a state of chaos. A great war was about to break out. The people of Qinling also received the news. However, they couldn't leave now. Dark Red Dragon God was controlling the formation as he exclaimed repeatedly. Damn, such a wonderful thing actually happened. Damn, why don't you give me a title? I want the title of Dragon Emperor. He used his skills with all his might, trying to break the formation seal as soon as possible. The others were also shocked. Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others were also worried for Lin Xian. They communicated with Lin Xian several times, and Lin Xian told them not to worry. This made the two girls feel more at ease, because Lin Xian seemed to be very confident. In another place, Beast Emperor Palace was also gnashing their teeth. Damn it, North Beast's title actually didn't belong to their Beast Emperor Palace. This was intolerable. Damn it, even if it wasn't Tiandu, it should be Yan Ryu. After all, Yan Ryu's identity, an elder was so angry that he almost spilled the beans, but was stopped by the others. Another expert said, "It's nothing. I'm afraid only we know how terrifying Yan Ryu's identity is. How could the person who spread the news know? Therefore, it's normal that he didn't enter the rankings. Moreover, can't you see? This ranking is extremely murderous. It's obvious that he wants to kill these 5 peak geniuses. Therefore, being on the list wasn't necessarily a good thing. Not being on the list could actually save one's life." Chapter 2697. That's right, humph, let's see if they can hold on. Many people sneered again and again. Sure enough, Lin Xian and the rest were very dangerous. When Lin Xian left the Immortal Palace and appeared outside, he immediately received an impact. You're Lin Xian. In front, endless spiritual energy rolled, turning into an azure dragon, rolling over. There was a figure standing on top of the azure dragon phantom. A youth wearing a yellow robe, looking down on the world. I'm the 9th Prince of the Divine Wind Empire. The youth's voice was cold, his gaze sharp like a heavenly blade. Give me your title of Central Emperor and announce it to the world. I can spare your life. He was very conceited and arrogant, hands behind his back, never looking Lin Xian in the eye. Who do you think you are? How dare you use the title of Central Emperor? This title only belongs to our royal family. To your royal family. What a joke. This emperor is not the emperor of the royal family, but the emperor of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Can your royal family afford to use it? Lin Xian was not moved at all. He was already prepared to welcome the challenge of the heroes of the world. How could he easily give up the title of Central Emperor? I'll give you a chance to live, scram. If you dare to block my path again, be careful that I'll kill you. Lin Xian's voice was cold. The 9th Prince of the Divine Wind Empire was also angry. Looks like you really don't know life from death. Fine, the title of Central Emperor will be taken back by me personally. The 9th Prince snorted coldly, took a step out, and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. He waved his palm, slapping at Lin Xian. This palm was seriously too terrifying, shattering the void, making people feel despair. The 9th Prince of the Divine Wind Empire was a very terrifying heaven's pride. His strength was very strong, not weaker than a holy sun. Even among the holy sun-level heaven's prides, he also belonged to the top existence. Apart from this, he also had a greatest reliance, and that was his bloodline power. As everyone knew, the royal family members all possessed bloodline power. But this 9th Prince's bloodline power was very powerful. He relied on his powerful bloodline power to cultivate the peerless divine ability, Divine Wind Azure Dragon Body. This was an extremely terrifying physique. It was so powerful that no one could predict it. Therefore, the casual palm strike of the ninth prince of divine wind was extremely shocking. The ninth prince of divine wind didn't come alone. Of course, he didn't bring any other princes with him. But when he came out, he rode the azure dragon's phantom. Although it was condensed from the aura of the Tao of Dragon and was not a real dragon, the sight was simply too spectacular. It attracted the attention of countless people along the way. When everyone found out that this was the ninth prince of divine wind, and that his goal was to challenge Lin Xian, they were shocked. Countless warriors followed. They did not want to miss such a world-shaking battle. Therefore, when the ninth prince of the divine wind struck out with his palm, the martialists in the distance were all stunned. How terrifying! The ninth prince of divine wind was actually so terrifying. That's right. In the Central State Empire, there were many outstanding people. None of them could be underestimated. The ninth prince of divine wind was not that famous before. He didn't expect it to be so terrifying. I feel that this time's ranking will probably draw out many hidden monsters. That's for sure. Just wait, a storm is about to sweep through. I wonder how many challenges that Lin Xian can withstand. Why do I feel that he won't be able to withstand even one challenge? You underestimate him too much. The nine-yang divine body is an extremely terrifying physique. It's not any weaker than a saint body. Therefore, I still think highly of Lin Xian. Moreover, his Tao of Sword is truly terrifying. You haven't experienced it personally, but I have seen it with my own eyes. When the time comes, you'll know. Many people supported the ninth prince, but there were more people who supported Lin Xian. Facing the ninth prince of divine wind's shocking palm strike, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He felt a trace of threat. This was truly an era where geniuses were born. The ninth prince was actually so powerful. But so what? He snorted coldly. In the next moment, he activated the nine-yang divine body. Thousands of rays of light bloomed. He stood in the void like a golden god of war. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. The supreme innate technique of the war race, the heavenly battle god fist, was executed by him. This fist contained an indomitable might that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Boom! Boom! The fist and palm collided. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The surrounding space quickly cracked. Not good. Retreat quickly. The people who were watching the battle from afar tore the void apart and quickly retreated tens of thousands of miles away. It was just a casual attack from the two of them, but it caused such a terrifying scene. Lin Xian and the ninth prince of divine wind were really terrifying. Take my royal heaven battling divine fist, shouted the ninth prince of divine wind furiously. He punched out with his fist, and a destructive chi filled the air, as if he was the sole ruler of this world. At this moment, he was like an invincible emperor. If God or Buddha blocked his path, he would kill Buddha. This aura stunned the martial artists who were watching the battle from afar. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You want to obtain the title of Middle Emperor with just you? The difference was too great. Lin Xian waved his fist and pressed forward. In the past year of seclusion, Lin Xian had made use of natural treasures to improve his nine-yang divine body to the 5th stage of the 1st stage. At this moment, his physique had grown stronger. Therefore, he was not afraid of the shock waves. Boom! 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 His fist was like the sun shining in all directions. The terrifying force tore apart all the palms. Is this all you've got? It's just a so-so, Lin Xian said coldly. His fist was like a dragon. It let out a loud dragon roar and forced the ninth Prince of Divine Wind to retreat with a punch. The ninth Prince of Divine Wind's blood was boiling as he smashed through the void. "You're really strong. No wonder someone gave you the title of Middle Emperor. However, I'm going to get this title today. I'll let you see my Azure Dragon Divine Wind body." Boom. 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 The ninth Prince of Divine Wind stepped on the Azure Dragon. His black hair fluttered in the wind. The yellow robe on his body shook continuously. With a roar, dragon marks appeared on his body. The dragon's shadow under his feet roared and wrapped around the ninth Prince's body. In the next moment, the ninth Prince of Divine Wind underwent a shocking change. Dragon tattoos even appeared on his body, and his physique had turned green. An extremely terrifying power burst forth from his body. It was as if the ninth Prince of Divine Wind had turned into a human-shaped dragon at this moment. With a punch, the ninth Prince of Divine Wind shattered the fists of the sun. Then, he looked at Lin Xian. "Kid, go to hell. What kind of physique is this? Azure Dragon Divine Wind body." He had actually cultivated the Divine Wind dynasty's peerless divine ability. In the distance, the experts exclaimed. His physique was extremely terrifying. It was said that it was a divine ability left behind by the founding monarch of the Divine Wind dynasty. What? A divine ability left behind by the founding monarch? Everyone's eyelids twitched when they heard that. They wondered which one was stronger, the Nine Yang Divine Body or the Azure Dragon Divine Wind body. It was hard to say. After all, the Nine Yang Divine Body had disappeared for tens of thousands of years. They had only heard of its power in rumors. Chapter 2698. In front of him, a palm strike shook the heavens and earth. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw the other party use his ultimate technique. What Azure Divine Dragon Body? It can't even withstand a single blow from me. Nine Yang Divine Body, erupt. Lin Xian clenched his fists and roared at the sky. The Nine Yang Divine Body erupted with an unparalleled light. Countless rays of light hung down from his body and pierced through the void. Around him, divine flames formed by light danced wildly. Every time it danced, it brought with it an unparalleled power. Heavenly God Fist. 9 suns opened the sky. Both of them used their great divine abilities and directly attacked each other. Boom! The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The void couldn't withstand this power at all. That was because these two physiques were too terrifying. The Nine Yang Divine Body was like the Sun War God's physique. Once this physique was used, it could sweep through everything. The Azure Dragon Body was also very terrifying. It was left behind by the founding monarch of the Divine Wind dynasty. It was definitely a shocking great divine ability. Moreover, in order to practice the Azure Divine Dragon Body, the ninth prince used the blood of a peerless demon king to temper his body every day. He was confident that his body was no weaker than a saint physique. Not to mention the other party's Nine Yang Divine Body. Azure Dragon Break. The ninth prince used his ultimate technique. With a boom, the spiritual energy within a radius of tens of thousands of miles quickly spread and merged into the fist. In the next moment, the terrifying fist enveloped the world. The surrounding void was filled with countless fist shadows, emitting an incomparably terrifying power. Kill! With a roar, the Azure Dragon Break charged over. This was a very terrifying killing move that could easily kill a peerless almighty. The ninth prince was even confident that he could use this move to contend against an unparalleled king. Humph! Today, I'll let you experience the true power of the 9-yang divine body. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless runes flickered on his body, erupting with a piercing cold light. The light turned into a sharp sword that pierced in all directions. At this moment, the people in the distance all trembled. They couldn't help but want to kneel forward. It's too terrifying. How can that kid's aura be so terrifying? Why can't I control my body? These people screamed crazily. The light on Lin Xian's body became more and more resplendent, as if a sun had descended to the mortal world, shining so brightly that people couldn't open their eyes. On the opposite side, the 9th prince's expression changed as well. He could feel that his body was trembling slightly. The blood and qi in his body seemed to be solidifying. Damn it, break for me! He roared, and endless energy rushed out of his body. The shadow of the azure dragon coiled around his body, resisting the terrifying pressure. It was too terrifying. It was like a pressure that came from the soul. It was so oppressive that he couldn't even raise his head. Is this the 9-yang divine body? It was too terrifying. As expected of the legendary divine body, it was indeed terrifying. 9 Suns Divine Fist. Wang. Lin Xian made his move. He was like a supreme war god of the sun as he brandished his fists. No one could describe this punch, because no words could describe how terrifying this punch was. The spectators from afar felt as though the world was collapsing. They felt as though they were about to be melted by the sun. That punch was so terrifying that even the 9th prince was trembling. Boom! The divine sun fist and the azure dragon break collided. The heaven and earth were illuminated by countless rays of light. The area within a radius of 1,000,000 miles was filled with terrifying light. Everyone was blasted away by the energy, and they coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The surrounding mountains continuously collapsed. The earth was split into countless cracks. That punch was so terrifying. Pang pang pang. In the endless light, a figure was sent flying with blood. He smashed through the void, broke several mountains, and fell to the ground. Then, the light that filled the sky dissipated like a tide, and all of it entered Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's body was shining brightly. He looked down and said coldly, "You can't do it." Puff! When the 9th prince heard this, he vomited another mouthful of blood. His face was extremely ugly. He lost. He used the divine wind azure dragon body in the azure dragon break, but he still couldn't stop his opponent. Is the 9-yang divine body so terrifying? He couldn't believe it. No. Damn it, I don't believe it. The 9th prince roared crazily. Many cracks appeared on his body. Because of his agitation, a large amount of blood appeared. Whoosh! He spat out a spiritual saber, and the terrifying saber light illuminated heaven and earth. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted. "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end." He took a step forward, and the golden light on his body exploded again. His aura was even more intense than before. Seeing this, the 9th prince trembled, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. He became stronger again. His opponent's aura became stronger again. In other words, his opponent didn't use his full strength when he fought with him. Heavens! What was his opponent's limit? At this moment, deep fear appeared in the 9th prince's eyes. This was an emotion that he had never felt before. Since he was young, he had never been afraid of anyone. But now, facing Lin Xian, he was finally afraid. Elder! Go! The 9th prince gritted his teeth and kept his saber. He didn't attack again. Near him, the void cracked, and an old figure appeared and took the 9th prince away. The ninth prince had been defeated and had fled. After a long time, the surrounding people exclaimed. Their faces were filled with astonishment. The ninth prince had been so arrogant when he came, but he had been defeated so quickly. This Lin Xian was too terrifying. As expected of the successor of the nine yang divine body. No wonder he was listed as the middle emperor. He did have the strength to back it up. The crowd was filled with admiration for Lin Xian, and some were laughing coldly. Just wait, this was only the beginning. The middle continent was vast, and there were countless geniuses. There would definitely be a heaven-defying genius who could kill him. He would reclaim the title of Middle Emperor. The crowd discussed among themselves, but no matter what, they were still in awe of Lin Xian, as Lin Xian had won the battle. And it was a beautiful victory. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, glancing around. Seeing that no one was attacking, he harumphed and flew into the distance. At the same time that Lin Xian was being challenged, Leaf Dao Denier was also being challenged. Yi Wudao hadn't left the clan recently, as the elders of the Yi clan felt that it was too dangerous. They would hide from the limelight for now. They wanted to find out who was the one who released the news. Yi Wudao also felt that he should go into seclusion to prepare for the opening of the nest of 10,000 dragons. However, on this day, the Yi clan welcomed an uninvited guest. It was a swordsman in a green robe. His aura was monstrous, and he was completely surrounded by sword light. On his back, he carried a green sword that emitted a peerless killing intent. He arrived in front of the Yi clan and didn't force his way in. Instead, he stood in the void and said loudly, "I am the Heavenly Spirit Sword King, and I am here to challenge Eastern Sage Yi Wudao." His voice turned into a sword wave that entered the array formation, causing a rumble. Chapter 2699. Soon, an elder of the Yi family appeared. He floated in the air, frowning as he looked at the green-robed swordsman. Over the past few days, dozens of people had come to challenge Yi family, but many of them had been rejected. They felt that the disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. Those people were no match for Yi Wudao. In fact, they couldn't even block a single move. Even if they challenged him, it would be meaningless. However, the green-robed swordsman in front of them was different. The elder of the Yi family clearly felt a sense of danger. It was obvious that the other party was an expert of the sword. Below, a golden figure soared into the sky. It was Yi Wudao. He looked at the green-robed swordsman below with a piercing light in his eyes. "You're the recently risen Eastern Wilderness Sword King." "That's right, it's me." The green-robed swordsman nodded. "Very well, I'll fight you." "Very well." Hearing that, the green-robed swordsman smiled. "Let me see if the Saint Physique is as powerful as the legends say." Incomparably cold sword light burst out from his body, covering a radius of tens of thousands of miles. All the birds and beasts in the forest below fled. Even the powerful demon kings were kneeling on the ground, trembling. What a terrifying sword chi! This person is very terrifying. Below, countless Yi family disciples also appeared in the surroundings as they looked towards the sky. No matter how terrifying he is, he's no match for Yi Wudao. That's right, just wait and see. He'll definitely lose. The Yi family disciples discussed animatedly. However, their words didn't affect the celestial spirit sword king. In the face of such a terrifying sword chi, Yi Wudao calmly faced it. He stood in the air, his body blooming with golden light. Like a golden god of war, their auras collided in the sky. Dozens of mountains around them shattered, turning into boulders that rolled down, stirring up a lot of dust. The elders of the Yi family sucked in a breath of cold air, extremely shocked. The Celestial Spirit Sword King was indeed powerful. He wasn't a disciple of a sacred land, but a genius of the Celestial Spirit Sect. The Celestial Spirit Sect wasn't a sacred land, and it was weaker. However, the Celestial Spirit Sword King was unusually talented and had recently risen to prominence. His strength wasn't inferior to the saints, and it seemed that he had a peerless opportunity. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to contend with Yi Wudao. This person is so strong. He was able to resist the power of Dao's saint body. The geniuses of the Yi family below were also shocked. No wonder he dared to challenge them. He did have some ability. Above, the Heavenly Spirit Sword Monarch made his move. He took a step forward, and the endless sword light on his body trembled. Heavenly Spirit Sword Technique. He immediately used the ultimate technique of the Celestial Spirit Sect. Countless sword lights surrounded his body, forming a Celestial Spirit Sword diagram. They condensed in the sky. The entire sky collapsed in an instant, pierced through by tens of thousands of sword chi. The ground below even cracked, unable to withstand it at all. The sword diagram quickly condensed, covering a part of the sky and even replacing the sky. The expressions of the Yi family martial artists below also changed. What a terrifying sword energy! This sword light was too terrifying. Even a peerless almighty would not be able to withstand it. Kill with a furious roar, the Heavenly Spirit Sword diagram pressed down from the sky. Each sword light was like a huge mountain, bringing with it an incomparably sharp aura, causing the Yi family disciples to tremble. Too powerful. The other party was definitely at the level of a top genius. The Eastern Barren territory was indeed mysterious. He did not expect that other than the Yaoguang saint and the Dao Yi saint, there was someone else who was so powerful. He had never heard of his name before. He had only risen in recent years. The Yi family disciples below were discussing animatedly. The elders also looked dignified. Yi Wudao was incomparably calm. He snorted coldly and threw out a punch. The golden fist bloomed with light, surging forward like a tide. This punch hit the tens of thousands of sword chi, causing an earth-shattering sound. Countless large cracks appeared, and the sword chi began to tremble rapidly. Many of them directly shattered. Seeing this scene, the Yi family martial artists all breathed a sigh of relief. The saint body was indeed powerful. Such a terrifying sword chi had been destroyed with his bare hands. Seeing this scene, the green-robed swordsman also stopped smiling. He became incomparably dignified, pulled out the sword on his back, and quickly attacked. One after another, sword chi seemed to split the sky and earth, slashing toward Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao used the 6 divine fists to contend with it. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. This was definitely a scene of destruction. Fortunately, the Yi family was surrounded by a peerless array, so it was impossible to destroy the Yi family. However, the surrounding mountains and forests were completely destroyed. Boom! 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 The two exchanged more than 300 moves. In the end, the Celestial Spirit Sword Monarch Celestial Spirit Scale Sword diagram was broken into pieces by Yi Wudao. The Celestial Spirit Sword Monarch was also sent flying, vomiting blood. The azure sword in his hand was broken. Most of the bones in his body were broken. He retreated for tens of thousands of miles before stopping. Vomiting blood, his eyes were filled with deep shock. Is this the power of a saint body? Too powerful. His Celestial Spirit Sword diagram could easily kill a peerless almighty. Even the saints couldn't contend with it. Coupled with the azure sword in his hand, its power was unparalleled. But now, everything was completely destroyed by the other party's fists. He couldn't resist this power. Whoosh. He swallowed a pill and didn't attack again. You're very strong. I'm not your opponent. When my cultivation improves in the future, I'll find you again. With that, the celestial spirit sword monarch turned into a ray of sword light, and quickly left. Yi Wudao's expression was calm, waiting for him. With that, he retracted his golden light and turned to enter the Yi family. Nanling. At this moment, an intense battle was also going on. The two sides of the battle were naturally Yan Nantian, who had recently been conferred the title of South Emperor. There was no one in Nanling who did not know Yan Nantian. Before he had the title of South Emperor, he had already received the title of a young Great Emperor. Because it was rumored that he had obtained the inheritance of an ancient Great Emperor. It could be said that his means were very terrifying. In front of him was a saint, but he was sent flying with 3 punches. This scene made the entire Nanling tremble. Western Desert. Countless figures flashed in the myriad Buddha temple. In front of them was a 14 or 15-year-old youth. He had delicate features and wore a kasaya. Although he was young, no one dared to underestimate him. Because he was the saint of the myriad Buddha temple. It was also this time that he was known as West Buddha. Rumor had it that this youth was the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha to become a great emperor. It could be said that at such a young age, his dharma was very profound. His opponent was also the saint of the Western Desert Holy Land, White Horse Temple. The saint of the White Horse Temple's face was gloomy because he had already used many dharma powers, but he couldn't do anything to the youth in front of him. He felt a sense of powerlessness. Could it be that the other party was really the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha? So heaven-defying. Chapter 2700. Buddha's Salvation. The White Horse Temple's holy son shouted angrily and formed a seal with his palms. Countless rays of light around him turned into a spirit sea that swept forward. This was a great divine power. It wasn't used to hurt people, but to save people. Through these rays of light and his Sanskrit chants, he could directly turn the enemy into his servant. It was extremely terrifying to kill people without leaving a trace. Opposite him, Wu Chen sat cross-legged with a smile on his thin face. He slowly extended his finger and rotated it gently. The terrifying Sanskrit Buddhist light around him shattered in an instant. It turned into spiritual energy and gathered towards his finger. Buzz. It turned into a spiritual flower on his finger and rotated gently. A world in a flower, a Bodhi in a leaf. Wu Chen said indifferently. On the opposite side, the White Horse Temple's holy son retreated 3 steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of shock and his body trembled. Flower-pinching finger. The supreme Buddhist divine power, flower-pinching finger. You've actually mastered it. He was really too shocked. Do you still want to fight? Wu Chen said indifferently. The spiritual flower in his hand continued to rotate and emit an unpredictable power. You've won. The White Horse Temple's holy son sighed helplessly. The other party had even mastered the flower-pinching finger. How could he fight? The surrounding monks were also in an uproar. Even the White Horse Temple's holy son had been defeated. This Wu Chen was really terrifying. The people of the myriad Buddha temple smiled. Everything was under their control. This dustless was really formidable. The people of the Lanroa temple also muttered softly. They looked at No Flower. Senior brother No Flower, if it were you, would you be able to resist his flower-pinching finger? Not necessarily. No Flower said that it would depend on how far he had mastered the flower-pinching finger. Although No Flower didn't get the title of West Buddha, he didn't have much of a reaction. Because he knew that the title was only one aspect. Whether one could become a great emperor or not depended on one's strength, it also depended on luck. Talent, strength, opportunity, and luck. None of them could be lacking. One couldn't become a great emperor without any of them. He wondered how Brother Lin was doing. No Flower's eyes flickered. He was also worried about Lin Xian. Lin Xian's situation was indeed very bad. In the past few days, he had already accepted 5 or 6 challenges. Every single one of them was very powerful. Among them, there were quite a few princes of the imperial dynasty. Clearly, these imperial family members were very dissatisfied with him. Fortunately, for the time being, no senior figures had jumped out to assassinate him, nor had any saints made a move. It was unknown whether these people disdained to take action, or if they were secretly stopped by Immortal Palace's people. After defeating another prince, Lin Xian frowned. This couldn't go on. He sent a voice transmission to the Crimson Shore Divine Dragon to ask about his progress. Lin Xian took out an ancient disc array and transmitted his voice. Soon, news of the Dark Red Divine Dragon arrived. It would take a few more years. The exact time was uncertain, but it would take at least 3 years. There was still so much time. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He put away the array formation and thought of an idea. Didn't these people want to fight? Very well, he would accompany them to the end. He stopped near Immortal Palace and stood on a mountain peak that was tens of thousands of meters tall. He then released the news. He was waiting for the heroes of the world to come and fight him. I am Lin Xian of the Central Emperor. I invite all heroes of the world to come and fight me. Not limited to Zhongzhou, Eastern Wilderness, Western Desert, Nanling, and Northern Plains. Anyone who defeats me will be given the title of Central Emperor with both hands. When the news came out, Zhongzhou was shocked, and the world was in an uproar. Arrogant, he was too arrogant. The others were not willing to fight, and they were all in secluded cultivation. However, this Lin Xian was so arrogant that he wanted to accept challenges from the entire world. Not only Zhongzhou, but the entire true spirit world could attack him. Motherfucker, this is too arrogant. Humph, who did he think he was? Could he really defeat all the heroes of the world? Just wait, he must have angered countless geniuses this time. When the time comes, he will cry. Many people gritted their teeth. Sure enough, the geniuses of the other 4 continents were also discussing. They also felt that this guy was very arrogant. Many people even began to teleport across continents, ready to see if this Central Emperor was as powerful as the legend said. At the same time, they also wanted to see what the lost 9-yang divine body was like. After Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing heard the news, the 2 of them were also nervous. This time, they directly opened a door and teleported near Lin Xian. Big Brother Xian. Big Brother Lin Xian. The 2 girls walked over with worried faces. Lin Xian raised his hand, and countless sword chi transformed into palaces and pavilions that covered the cliff. Don't worry about me, I'm confident. Lin Xian asked the 2 girls to stay by his side for the time being. A few days later, the people of the Nine Li dynasty came. A group of people came in a grandiose manner, bringing a large number of spectators. The person in the lead had black hair fluttering in the wind, and his eyes were like the vast stars. The robe on his body was also fluttering with dragon claws, looking very flamboyant. This was the Nine Li dynasty's 3rd prince, a very powerful prince. He was so powerful that the older generation elders trembled. Kid, do you think you are worthy of the title of Central Emperor? Hand it over obediently, and I'll spare your life. The 3rd prince's voice was cold, and 9 dragon shadows appeared on his body, circling behind him. If you want the title of Central Emperor, let's see if you have the ability. Lin Xian's eyes were calm, neither sad nor happy. You don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, I'll take it personally. The light on the third prince's body became even more dazzling, and the 9 dragon shadows behind him roared. An incomparably violent force surged out. The terrifying force swept in all directions, scaring the surrounding people into retreating. It was too terrifying. The other party was like the Dragon Emperor War God, unstoppable. That was the power of bloodline. The 9 Li dynasty's bloodline power had produced a the Arch. The third prince was considered a descendant of a the Arch. His bloodline power was truly incomparably terrifying. Divine Dragon Palm. The third prince laughed loudly and stretched out his palm, which turned into a giant dragon, clawing over with its fangs and claws. With one hand, the sky collapsed, and the surrounding mountains collapsed. The third prince was too powerful, and he had the combat strength of a top saint. The older generation figures were no match for him at all. Most likely, only chosen like Leaf Dao Denier, the prince of the Grand Xia, would be a match for him. Lin Xian faced this palm, and did not dodge at all. The 9 yang divine body bloomed with light, and his palm turned into a sun, slapping forward. Great sun burns the sky. The light of the 9 yang divine body turned into a raging fire, burning fiercely and covering the entire sky. The mighty divine fire collided with the divine dragon palm, and a shocking sound was heard. Soon, the divine dragon palm was enveloped by the divine fire, as if it was going to burn to ashes. Humph, you can't hurt my divine dragon palm. The third prince was extremely confident. Humph, is that so? Don't be so confident. Lin Xian sneered. My 9 yang divine fire can burn everything. Chapter 2701. The divine dragon's palm also emitted white smoke and gradually became smaller. Damn it, how is this possible? Break! The third prince's face was gloomy. He did not expect to suffer a loss as soon as he made his move. Thousands of rays of light burst out from his eyes, and his left hand drew a circle again and blasted out. This punch was like the starry sky of the universe, like a giant dragon soaring into the sky. Lin Xian also laughed and raised his palm. In his palm, endless light burst out and turned into a golden steel that suppressed down. Seal. This was the heavenly steel of the Black Demon Cliff that he had created with the great dragon sword soul. It shone brightly, and mysterious runes shone between heaven and earth with mysterious power. This thing could seal the Black Demon Cliff, let alone the third prince's fist. Sure enough, the dragon's shadow formed by the third prince's fist was directly killed. It kept rolling in the sky, but it could not escape. Lin Xian was too terrifying. He was directly suppressing the third prince. Everyone was shocked. They found that the third prince's ultimate technique was all easily broken by the other party. The third prince's face was also gloomy. He turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Lin Xian. Heavenly Lion Seal. The third prince quickly formed a seal with his palm, and endless light appeared, turning into a purple lion that pounced over. This attack was extremely terrifying, and the void in front of him instantly shattered. Obviously, this was also the ultimate technique of the 9 Li dynasty. However, Lin Xian laughed. You want to compete with me? You're courting death. He used the great dragon sword soul to evolve a supreme saint technique, and his palms also formed a seal. The power of the 5 elements circulated, turning into a 5 elements mountain that enlarged in the sky, and then rushed over. With a boom, the purple lion was blasted away. Not only that, but the Five Elements mountain was also spinning non-stop, turning into a huge mountain that was tens of thousands of feet tall. It descended from the sky, wanting to suppress the third prince. Damn it! Heavenly Lion roar. The third prince shifted his position and dodged the attack of the Five Elements mountain. At the same time, he controlled the Heavenly Lion that was blasted away to let out an earth-shattering roar. A sonic attack. As soon as it appeared, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Those in the distance bled from their ears, and many martial artists directly fell from the sky. The others even sealed off their hearing. Behind them, Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing were also shocked, and they saw this scene from the palace. The two of them were safe and sound because Lin Xian had already set up countless formations around them to protect their safety. Moreover, with their strength, they were not afraid of this kind of sound wave attack at all. Sister Qingqing, do you think brother Lin Xian can win? Shen Jingqiu's face was full of worry, while Murong Qingqing's eyes flickered. Don't worry, this third prince is strong, but from the looks of it, brother Xian still has a lot of trump cards that he hasn't used yet. That's good. Big brother Lin Xian definitely won't lose. Shen Jingqiu smiled and watched the battle carefully. Finger of annihilation. Lin Xian snorted and flicked his finger. A sword wave spread out in all directions with him as the center. This sword wave contained the power of the great dragon sword spirit. It could cut through everything, so naturally, it could cut through the sound waves. Boom! Boom! The two collided, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Black holes appeared one after another. The sound waves were completely destroyed. How terrifying! The other party was too terrifying. These people were extremely shocked. This battle attracted many princes of the empire, including the prince of the Great Xia dynasty. He stood on his golden sword and stood in the void, watching the battle attentively. In the distance, a young man in white stood in the clouds with a giant sword on his back. He also looked down. On the other side, on the spirit boat, countless people surrounded by Yin and Yang Qi watched the battle silently with solemn expressions. The prince of the Great Xia dynasty, Seiko Dian, the people of the Yin-Yang sect, the Five Elements Palace, and the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground were all there. However, they were all watching the battle from afar. In particular, the people of the Yin-Yang sect and the Five Elements Palace were gnashing their teeth. To be honest, they were not there to challenge Lin Xian. They just wanted to see with their own eyes someone defeat him. They wanted to trample him to the ground. However, over the past few days, they realized that no one had succeeded. This made them gnash their teeth in anger. Now, it seemed that the third prince was not completely confident either. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. I don't believe that this kid is invincible. In front of him, all of the third prince's divine abilities were restrained, which made him so angry that he vomited blood. However, he had no intention of stopping. Instead, he pulled out a long saber. Kid, trump cards and foundations are also part of your strength. So, don't blame me for not holding back. The long saber in his hand was an superior grade heaven-grade treasure called the Valiant Dragon Divine Saber. It was very powerful. With it, one's combat strength would increase by several times. Previously, he only wanted to rely on his own strength to defeat his opponent. However, it seemed that this method would not work. However, he would not admit defeat. Therefore, he took out his trump card. The others were also indifferent. The other party was right. A person's Dharma treasure, trump card, and secret techniques were naturally considered his own strength. Therefore, when these people saw the fifth prince take out the Valiant Dragon Divine Saber, they exclaimed in shock, but no one stopped him. Damn, how shameless. He actually took out a superior grade heaven grade treasure. Shen Jingqiu gritted her teeth when she saw this scene. Murong Qingqing, who was at the side, also frowned. She comforted him. Don't worry, Brother Xian has a lot of treasures in his hands. Just the fragments of the saints alone are several. Sure enough, when he saw the fifth prince take out the valiant dragon divine saber, the corner of Lin Xian's mouth raised into a smile. You're right. Treasures are also part of one's strength. So, don't blame me for what happens next. As he spoke, he took out the flower protector. Seeing this scene, the faces of the surrounding people turned green and they retreated crazily. Damn it, it's that ancient weapon. Damn it, this kid is cheating. That's not right. You all said that weapons are part of one's strength. If the other party can take out a superior grade heaven grade treasure, why can't Lin Xian take out a great weapon? That's right. If you have the ability, take it too. Many of the spectators supported Lin Xian, while some supported the third prince. At this moment, both sides were arguing fiercely. The third prince's face turned green, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Damn it, I wanted to rely on the advantage of my weapon to crush my opponent, but now it seems that I'm the one being crushed. Damn it, I forgot that this kid has killed many strong enemies and entered the tomb of the saints. He must have such a treasure in his hands. Damn kid, you're going too far. The third prince was trembling with anger. The surrounding people were also filled with fear. Lin Xian scratched his head. No, I took out the wrong one. Sorry, don't be afraid. This thing is used against invincible kings. It's a waste to use it against you. Don't worry, I'll change my weapon to fight you. Lin Xian waved his hand and put away the flower protector. The others heaved a sigh of relief. The third prince was so angry that he vomited blood. What's going on? How dare his opponent look down on me? He was about to go crazy with anger. He was a top genius, and he claimed that he was not inferior to the princes of the great Xia dynasty. He even thought that he was on the same level as Yi Wudao and the others. But now, not only did he not gain the upper hand, but his opponent looked down on him even more. Chapter 2702. Brat, I won't let you go. The third prince roared like a madman. Lin Xian gave up on flower protector and took out the ancient dragon abyss sword. His eyes shone with a cold light. Won't let me go. All right, let's see if you have what it takes. As expected of the middle emperor, he has the demeanor of an emperor. He didn't even use a weapon like flower protector. He's a true genius. Many people exclaimed in amazement. Even those of the older generation nodded their heads repeatedly. Indeed, if Lin Xian used flower protector, there would be no suspense in this battle. However, he didn't use it. He used another weapon and fought against the third prince with his own strength. This caused these people to be filled with admiration. Of course, the people from the Nine Li dynasty gritted their teeth. Damn it, what's this brat trying to show off? I don't believe that you can defeat our third prince without flower protector. Come on, I'll give you a chance to use your ultimate move. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Lin Xian pointed his sword forward. You're courting death. The third prince was furious. He used to say that to others, but someone dared to say it to him. It was unforgivable. He held the five dragons' divine saber and swung it quickly. Saber radiance shone and tore the void apart. Lin Xian swung his sword too. He opened the 6 seals on the ancient dragon source sword and it shone brightly. Rays of thunder sword radiance fell from the sky and spread out in all directions. What a terrifying power of thunder. This brat's sword should be a great treasure too. Yeah, it doesn't look any weaker than the 5 dragons' divine saber. It's hard to say who's stronger. The 5 dragons' divine saber slash was a great skill of the Ninely dynasty. Moreover, the 5 dragons had the ability to devour everything. Don't underestimate the saber radiance. Anyone who came into contact with it would be devoured and their energy would be sucked dry. What? It's so terrifying. Of course. Do you think the 3rd prince of the Ninely dynasty is a pushover? You're too naive. As expected, the lightning sword radiance was devoured by the 5 dragons. The 3rd prince laughed. Ha ha ha, brat, did you see that? My 5 dragons devour the sky. He's definitely not someone you can contend against. All of your moves can be swallowed by me. Did you see that? He's really powerful. In the distance, those people were terrified. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Swallowing. What a strange ability. He was surprised. He didn't expect that the other party would have such an ultimate technique. But so what? His lips curled up into a cold smile. My sword chi isn't something you can swallow so easily. Sure enough, not long after, the 5 dragon shadows flipped and roared, releasing crazy roars. Then, their bodies began to swell. With a bang, one of the dragon shadows was pierced through, and a beam of thunder sword light shot out from within. After DE, there was a second, a third. Thousands of densely packed thunder sword lights pierced the dragon shadow's body. He couldn't swallow it. These people were stunned. No way, what kind of thunder was that? How could it be so terrifying? It was not thunder, but sword light. It was because of the sword light. This brat sword light was seriously too terrifying. Those powerhouses exclaimed. The Prince of Great Xia and the other top prodigies stared at the thunder sword lights with lightning-like eyes. What a terrifying sword aura. It's over. We were all careless and guessed wrong. The 9 Yang divine body isn't this brat's strongest trump card. His sword chi is the terrifying one. Yes, as expected of the Central Emperor. His attack power is unparalleled, and his spirit is strong. How can we fight him? Those people were full of despair. The 3rd prince's face was also gloomy. In the blink of an eye, his 5 dragons devour the sky was directly destroyed. Even he suffered a backlash. The blood in his body was surging, and he couldn't help but vomit blood. Damn it, I won't lose. He still had a trump card, and that was the power of his bloodline. Boz. Lin Xian waved his long sword. 3rd prince. That's all you've got. Is this all you've got? If that's all you've got, you're not qualified to take on the title of Central Emperor. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by sword light. He stood in the void like an unstoppable sword god. The 3rd prince's face darkened. Brat, don't be arrogant. I still have the strongest bloodline power. Just you wait, you'll see. You won't be able to turn the tables under the power of the Ninely dynasty's bloodline. He formed a seal with his hands, and terrifying bloodline runes appeared on his body. A hazy scene appeared behind him, as if it was a vast universe. Rustle. That scene seemed to have become a picture scroll that kept rolling. The scenery inside was beautiful and magnificent. Is this the Jiuli painting? Legend had it that the Ninely dynasty's ultimate weapon was the Jiuli painting, which contained a real world. Who would have thought that the power of their bloodline could transform it? Yes, it does look like a real world. Everyone looked at the hazy scene in shock. The aura it emitted was like a fairyland. The 3rd prince waved his hand and lifted up the hazy fairyland. He then charged forward. With a boom, the hazy fairyland shrouded Lin Xian and swallowed him completely. What? He's shrouded. It's over. That brat is dead meat. Yes, this is the power of the bloodline, the ultimate skill of the Emperor's descendant. That brat won't be able to withstand it. Brother Xian. Brother Lin Xian. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu exclaimed when they saw the scene. The hazy fairyland gave them a strong sense of danger. They knew how terrifying the power of their opponent's bloodline was. He was afraid that Lin Xian was really in danger. Is the victor going to be decided? The eyes of the great Xia dynasty's prince, Seiko Dian, and the others lit up. The people of the Nine Heavens' sacred ground and Five Elements palace sneered. The people of the Nine Li dynasty laughed proudly. Ha! You are powerless before the bloodline of the Nine Li dynasty. The third prince snorted. From today onwards, the title of Middle Emperor is mine. Endless light shone from his body, and 9 dragons circled around him, making him look like the Dragon Emperor. What fairyland? You think too highly of yourself. It's just a king's domain combined with the power of the bloodline. Do you really think you can trap me? At this moment, a cold voice came from the hazy fairyland in front of him. It's that brat. That brat hasn't been completely suppressed. Sure enough, a figure stood in the middle of the mountains and rivers in the hazy fairyland. It was Lin Xian. At this moment, he was being suppressed by endless energy, but the 9 yang divine body emitted millions of rays of light, blocking the terrifying aura. Today, I'll destroy your so-called fairyland. Lin Xian roared in the hazy fairyland. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and the 9 yang divine body erupted. The ancient sword in his hand swung wildly. A sword could destroy mountains and rivers, and another sword could shatter the starry sky. Chapter 2703. The hazy fairyland trembled violently, and with a crack, it split open from the middle. A sharp sword light slashed out from the fairyland and landed on the third prince. With a bang, the 9 hazy dragon shadows were shattered. The third prince spat out blood and flew backward. His body was split in half. Ah! The third prince flew backward and vomited blood. His blood dyed the sky red. The 2 halves of his body rolled in the sky and emitted a blood-red light as they quickly healed. The 9 dragon shadows wrapped around him again. However, he was too miserable. His body was covered in blood and his face was pale. He no longer had the arrogance from before. Ta! 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 Lin Xian walked out of the destroyed fairyland. The 9 yang divine body shone brightly, and the sword qi on his body was even sharper. Countless sword lights surrounded his feet, forming a divine sword that supported him. You're just a so-so. Lin Xian's cold voice resounded in all directions. The surrounding people looked at this scene and fell into a daze. The terrifying illusory fairyland and the terrifying 9 Li bloodline couldn't resist the sword qi. They would probably still remember this sword strike clearly hundreds of years later. Many swordsmen would even be awakened by this sword light in their dreams. This was a sword light, but at the same time, it was also a natural chasm that they could only look up to forever. The crack in the sky slowly healed, but the shock in everyone's hearts would never heal. How could he be so powerful? What kind of sword light was this? The third prince trembled, and deep fear appeared in his heart. In the end, he laughed bitterly. You've won. You're very strong. I've lost. At this point, he seemed to have used up all his strength. The originally arrogant Yuan was so weak in front of Lin Xian. Was this the strength of the Central Emperor? The other 4 peerless heaven rankers who had obtained the title would probably be so heaven-defying. Thinking about it made people despair. It could be said that it was a great tragedy to be born in the same era as such a genius. He was very strong. The great Xia Prince's eyes flickered, and stars flickered in his eyes. It seemed that he was deducing the battle just now. In the distance, the people from the Yin-Yang sect and the 5 Elements Palace were also ashen-faced. It seemed that it would be very difficult for them to achieve their wish of being defeated. Would he be able to achieve it in this lifetime? It was the same for the sky prides of the other sacred grounds. Who else? Lin Xian looked around with a hint of coldness. The people around him all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Bang! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound rang out. In the sky, a golden vortex rapidly condensed. The vortex grew bigger and bigger, spreading into the sky and not dissipating for a long time. However, no one appeared at all. Who was this person? Whose attack was it? These people raised their heads to look at the golden vortex in the sky. They were extremely shocked. This method was too terrifying. Humph, Lin Xian, I've finally found you. I will definitely cut you down with my blade. A cold and emotionless voice came from the whirlpool. Hearing this voice, the people around felt their scalps go numb and their faces were filled with fear. Who is this? Even a terrifying descendant of the royal family like the 3rd prince was unable to defeat Lin Xian. Now, there was actually someone who dared to challenge him. The people from the Yin-Yang sect and the 5 Elements Palace exclaimed. War Tribe, it's someone from the War Tribe. Heaven, the number 1 sky pride of the War Tribe is coming. What, the number 1 sky pride of the War Tribe? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The War Tribe had swept across the continent in recent years and was famous throughout the world. One could imagine how terrifying the number 1 sky pride of the War Tribe was. It was the Alcade Saint. The 108 god-fiend halos around his body were becoming more and more terrifying. At this moment, he sat there with his eyes closed and his legs crossed, silently cultivating. 7 or 8 figures flew over from the distance. They were all young men and women with powerful auras. As soon as they appeared, they quickly landed. Senior brother. Finally, a woman called out softly. The rest of the people also spoke up. Senior brother, why aren't you making a move? Everyone in the eastern wilderness is waiting for you to make a move. If you make a move, you can definitely defeat Yi Wudao. Yes, senior brother, make a move. Chapter 2704. The Yaoguang Saint slowly opened his eyes. Countless stars flickered in his eyes as he said in a deep voice. All of you, back off. I won't make a move. I'm not interested in that title at all. Senior brother. Those people wanted to say something, but the Yaoguang Saint waved his hand and countless rays of light teleported them away. Humph, this must be that guy's method. There's nothing new about it. But that's fine too. I'll let that guy fight against Yi Wudao and the others. Let's see who will survive in the end. After saying that, he slowly closed his eyes. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Above the middle ground, the golden vortex became more and more terrifying. A terrifying aura spread out from the vortex. Everyone trembled as their blood froze. These people quickly retreated tens of thousands of miles away. Many of them put on their battle armors to resist the terrifying aura. It had been 3 days. The number 1 genius of the War Tribe should be here soon. That was for sure. The other party had already said so. With his status, if he didn't come, how would he survive in the future? These people discussed. Suddenly, the golden vortex in front of them exploded. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. He's here. Everyone trembled as they raised their heads. Sure enough, a figure slowly emerged from the golden vortex. It was a very handsome man. He was tall and sturdy, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His body was flowing with a bright light, as if he was a peerless war god. The moment he appeared, the void collapsed. Terrifying cracks appeared under his feet. Those people in the distance also retreated, their faces filled with fear. They could feel countless mountains pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. Lin Xian, get over here and die. The handsome man's gaze was like a divine sword that swept across all directions. His voice was like thunder, causing many people to vomit blood. The number one genius of the war tribe had arrived. Everyone exclaimed. This was too terrifying. Was this the number one genius of the war tribe? Without making a move, just the aura from his body was enough to crush the heavens, making it hard for them to breathe. The prince of the great Xia dynasty, Seiko Dian, looked serious as if he was facing a great enemy. The people of the Yin-Yang sect, 5 Elements Palace, and 9 Heavens Holy Ground were overjoyed. He's here. He's finally here. The number one genius that they had been waiting for has finally appeared. This is great. They were extremely excited. In the next moment, the people of the Yin-Yang sect hurriedly shouted, "Greetings, number one prodigy. Greetings, number one prodigy." The people of 5 Elements Palace and 9 Heavens Holy Ground shouted excitedly. In the distance, the geniuses, experts, and seniors who had been sitting cross-legged all stood up with serious expressions. There was nothing he could do about it. His reputation as the number one genius of the war race was just too great. In recent years, he had been like the sun in the midday sky. He wasn't the slightest bit weaker than Leaf Dao Denier, Holy Sun Alcade, and the others. Now that the other party had appeared and was emanating such a frightening aura, none of the older generation experts dared to get careless. However, there were 3 silhouettes sitting there in a lotus position. They didn't care about what he said at all. It was as if they didn't think anything of him. Who is it that dares to be so rude to me, the number one genius? Do you want to die? Inside the golden vortex, besides the number one heavens chosen, there were also many other martial artists and geniuses from the battle tribe. They were angry to see someone still sitting there. When the number one prodigy went out, who wouldn't be extremely cautious, as if facing a great enemy? There was actually someone who dared to treat him with such contempt. This person deserved to die 1,000 times over. Who does he think he is? Is he worthy of me standing up to greet him? In the distance, the youth sitting cross-legged sneered with disdain. When the others heard this, their scalps tingled and their faces filled with fear. However, when they saw who had spoken, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. This was because the person who had spoken was also a peerless genius who was like the sun in the midday sky. Moreover, he had recently been conferred the title of Middle Sovereign. Such a person absolutely had the qualifications to say such words. Lin Xian didn't stand up. Beside him, Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu also didn't stand up. The two of them were holy daughters of large sects, so they naturally wouldn't greet some number one genius. However, the other party's terrifying aura left the two women apprehensive. This was definitely an incomparably terrifying figure. He was likely no weaker than Leaf Dao Denier. You're Lin Xian. You're really arrogant enough. The number one genius turned his head and stared at Lin Xian, a terrifying light blossoming in his eyes. The void around Lin Xian quickly shattered, unable to withstand the power of his gaze. Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing were shocked. The other party was stronger than they had imagined. Humph. Lin Xian coldly snorted. His eyes also burst out with a golden light, and like a sword of a god, he slashed out. That's right, the number one genius was Lin Xian. Number one genius, please take action and suppress him. That's right, who was that kid to deserve the title of middle sovereign? Of course, this title was for the number one genius. The Yin-Yang sect, 5 Elements Palace, and 9 Firmaments Divine Emperor's people hurriedly flattered. The number one genius was their greatest support now, because their holy sons had just been killed. The new holy sons that had been nurtured recently couldn't compete with the top holy sons. Therefore, they could only rely on the number one genius. Hearing this, the people of the war tribe laughed. Don't worry, fellow Taoists. The number one genius of the war tribe is extremely powerful. He's definitely an invincible existence. That's right, our number one genius has never been defeated since his debut. Even Yi Wudao might not be able to defeat our number one genius, let alone that kid. He's not a match for our number one genius. In less than 10 moves, the number one genius will definitely kill him and obtain the title of middle sovereign. The people of the war tribe were extremely arrogant. All sorts of words echoed in the sky. The others felt their scalps go numb, but they didn't say anything. In a battle of this level, it was better for them not to take sides randomly. Whether it was the number one genius or Lin Xian, they were both people they couldn't afford to offend. In fact, they could kill them with a single glance. In this world, there are only 2 or 3 people in the younger generation who can fight with me. However, you're not one of them. The number one genius looked at Lin Xian with a trace of contempt in his eyes. You're very strong and have killed many holy sons, but against me, you have no chance of winning. Kneel on the ground obediently and hand over the title of middle sovereign, and I can spare your dog life. It's not easy for you to cultivate to this point and have such strength. So, think carefully and don't do anything stupid. The number one genius's voice was sonorous and filled with killing intent. What an arrogant tone. Do you really think you're invincible? You can try. Let's see if you can defeat me. Lin Xian stood up, and a terrifying aura rose from his body. Mysterious runes flickered on his body, as vast as the starry sky. Everyone felt a wave of heat sweep out from Lin Xian's body. That aura and light seemed to want to melt them. The 9 Yang divine body was extremely tough and yang. It was indeed terrifying. The surrounding people retreated once again. Chapter 2705. As expected of the legendary divine body. But, giving it to you is too much of a pity. Kid, I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me the cultivation method of the 9 Yang divine body. I can spare your life. The number one genius's eyes burned with passion. Even he couldn't remain calm in front of the 9 Yang divine body. After all, this was the famous divine body of the ancient era. After reaching major completion, one could truly sweep through the 8 desolations. Kid, hurry up and hand over the cultivation method of the 9 Yang divine body. Who do you think you are to cultivate a divine body? Only the number one genius of the battle race has the qualifications to cultivate such a peerless physique. The battle race's martial artists roared. In the sky, countless runes flickered as figures tore through the void and crossed over. For symbols Saint Sun, all beginning Saint Sun, unfettered Saint Sun, no flower, Goose Santong, myriad poison cult, Beast Emperor Palace, and Tao One Holy Land. The young geniuses and experts of the other 4 continents opened their Tao gates and directly teleported over. There was nothing they could do about it. The impact of this battle was too great. The battle between the number one genius and Lin Xian instantly spread throughout the entire True Spirit continent. These people didn't hesitate to open their Dao gates to come over and take a look. Fortunately, they didn't fight. Right, it wasn't too late. They were finally able to witness this world-shaking battle. The newly arrived geniuses' eyes flickered as they stared at the battlefield. Do you see? These geniuses are all here for the number one genius of the battle race. What immortal palace? What central emperor? They're nothing before the number one genius of the battle race. The battle race's martial artists clamored one after another. Noisy. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Dozens of huge palms appeared in the sky and instantly slapped away those clamoring martial artists. Pang! 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 Those battle race's geniuses were sent flying while vomiting blood. All the bones in their bodies were shattered. Many of them even directly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that surged through the void. What a terrifying method! The distant people were alarmed. Their scalps went numb as they rapidly retreated. The battle race's people screamed as if they had gone mad. Ah! You dare to injure our people? You're dead. The prince of the great Xia dynasty, Seiko Dian, the newcomer No Flower, and the others were also extremely shocked. The eyes of the other princes and saintesses were also flickering. The expression of the number one genius of the war race sank. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The other party actually dared to injure someone of his war race right in front of him. This was truly an unforgivable crime. Today, even if you kneel down and beg me, I will not forgive you. At this point, he stretched out a palm. This palm turned into a starry sky with incomparably flickering runes, enveloping Lin Xian. Tens of thousands of auras descended and pierced through the void. A terrifying force swept across the surroundings. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He didn't move. He clenched his fist and punched out. His fist was like a sun that soared into the clouds, its radiant light illuminating the surroundings. Boom! An earth-shattering collision sound rang out, and the entire sky quickly trembled. Countless large cracks appeared, and wild gales swept out, blowing many people away. After the first exchange, the two of them were evenly matched and did not fight again. However, the auras of the two of them became more and more powerful. The number one genius of the war race had a cold expression. His gaze turned into two divine rainbows, wanting to see through Lin Xian. The others cried out in alarm. It was too terrifying. The two of them were really too terrifying. The saints and saintesses were also shocked. They could no longer withstand such an attack. However, this was just a casual attack from the two of them. If the two of them attacked with their full strength, how terrifying would it be? They didn't dare to imagine. Interesting. To be able to block my punch, it seems like you're more powerful than I imagined. Lin Xian said. I wonder if you can block my next attack. At this point, Lin Xian took the lead. His fist turned into 1,000 suns that burst forth in the sky. Heaven battling divine fist. The moment Lin Xian attacked, he used the war race's great ability, Heaven battling divine fist. A berserk aura surged, exploding in all directions. Brat, you're courting death. The number one genius's voice was cold as killing intent surged from his body. He had long heard that the other party knew their war race's divine fist. He didn't expect that the other party would really use it now. Reckless thing, how dare you steal my war race's ability? Today, I'll let you know what the true heaven battling divine fist is. He roared angrily and also used the heaven battling divine fist to attack. The two of them collided, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. The people around them continuously retreated and used their king's domains to defend themselves. Some people even fled and used secret techniques to watch from afar. There was nothing they could do. The two of them were too powerful. Every attack could destroy heaven and earth. Bang! Lin Xian let out a long roar. His black hair fluttered, and his 9-yang divine body emitted billions of rays of light. The dragon sword soul in his body roared. He punched out with both fists like a dragon transforming into the sky. He forced the number 1 genius back with one punch. What? The number 1 genius was forced back. That was impossible. The number 1 genius had practiced the same fist technique for so many years, but he couldn't defeat the other party. Could it be that Lin Xian was already so terrifying? Everyone exclaimed. The war race's geniuses screamed crazily. Impossible, how could the number 1 genius be forced back? Careless, he must have been careless. That's right, that kid sneaked an attack. They gritted their teeth. What number 1 genius? That's all there is to it. You can't even defeat me with the same fist technique, and you still have the face to stand here. Lin Xian looked at his opponent and sneered. The number 1 genius was so angry that he trembled. The murderous aura on his body shattered hundreds of mountains below. He really couldn't understand how the other party could use the heaven-battling divine fist to such a terrifying extent without the power of a bloodline. In fact, it was even more powerful than his. Damn it, this kid must have some secrets. Perhaps this was the power of the 9-yang divine body. Thinking of this, his eyes were burning with passion. He had to get his hands on such a terrifying divine body. You only forced me back. What's there to be proud of? Do you think you can defeat me like this? That's right, it's enough for me to kill you. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stepped on the chaotic yin-yang reversal and instantly rushed forward. His speed was fast to the extreme, and the 9-yang divine body blossomed with resplendent light, illuminating the entire sky with incomparable brightness. A strange sound could be heard coming from his body. It was like a dragon's roar, causing everyone to tremble. Go to hell, brat. The number 1 genius snorted and waved his fists, shaking heaven and earth, shattering a part of the sky. The light that filled the sky was torn apart. Countless afterimages were destroyed. However, none of them were Lin Xian's real body. Lin Xian had already arrived behind the number 1 genius. At this moment, he was holding the Dragon Source ancient sword and slashing down from the sky. With a slash of the sword, the sky fell and the earth split. Not good, that kid is using all his strength. Yes, the 9-yang divine body coupled with his terrifying sword technique. Probably not many people could withstand it. Would the number 1 genius be able to withstand it? These people discussed animatedly. Indeed, the 9-yang divine body had already shocked them. Lin Xian's sword chi was even more terrifying. Few people of the same level could rely on it. Chapter 2706. The number 1 prodigy also felt threatened. With a roar, his muscles tightened as he turned around and struck out with his palm. The sun, moon, and stars revolved around his palm, forming a starry universe that smashed forward. What kind of cultivation technique was that? Why did it seem like a real world? In the distance, those people exclaimed. The mystiques of the war tribe were too terrifying. Each one of them made one feel despair. Boom! The stars in the sky wrapped around the terrifying swordlight and continuously extinguished it, causing the swordlight to dim. Countless stars shattered, but in the end, the sword chi was suppressed. He blocked it. He had actually blocked the other party's sword chi. The starry sky was too terrifying. It was like a real universe. Everyone was shocked. The princes and saints were also shocked. The great Xia Prince, No Flower, Gu Santong, and the others were staring at the number one prodigy of the war tribe with bright eyes. The stars in their eyes disappeared as if they were deducing the entire battlefield. Lin Xian was also shocked. As expected of the number one prodigy, he was indeed powerful. One had to know that he had been in seclusion for the past few years and had become stronger. However, the other party had been able to block his sword so easily. It was indeed surprising. The other party was definitely standing at the peak of the younger generation. But so what? Today, he would definitely crush the other party. Kid, it's useless. You can't do anything in my universe of destruction. Following the number one prodigy's voice, the starry universe pressed down, wanting to swallow Lin Xian. Scram! In the face of such a terrifying universe of destruction, Lin Xian shouted coldly and roared at the sky. His fist was like a dragon as it blasted out. The Nine Suns' divine fist erupted with billions of rays of light, and countless sword chi swept out in all directions. Lin Xian carried an unparalleled power as his fist smashed into the universe of destruction. There was a loud boom that shook the heavens. The stars in the universe were directly split apart by this punch, turning into rubble that scattered in all directions. The entire universe trembled as countless sword chi stirred, turning into a huge dragon that rushed into the sky. In the end, the universe was pierced into a hole. One after another, black holes flickered, making one's scalp go numb. Impossible. He actually destroyed the Annihilation universe. The battle race's martial artists were all stunned. Zhang Changfeng and the others were even more dumbfounded. They didn't dare to believe it. The number one elite was extremely powerful, especially in the Annihilation Great Cosmos. Even if Luo Yunyang used all his 36 celestial constellations, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, the other party actually shattered it with a single punch. Could it be that the other party had become so powerful? Or could it be that the other party didn't use his full strength the last time they fought? Zhang Changfeng didn't dare to imagine. I've said it before, you can't. Lin Xian let out a long howl like a demon god. The number one genius's expression turned cold. Brat, you're courting death. It was as if he had turned into a god of death, whose aura swept across the 9 heavens. Move of thunder. The number one genius turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared into the sky. His speed had reached an unimaginable level, and he appeared in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Lin Xian brandished his sword and slashed out. However, he soon discovered that his sword strike had missed. The other party appeared behind him again. Boom! He struck out with his palm. This palm struck Lin Xian's body and sent Lin Xian flying. However, the 9 yang divine body was extremely powerful. Lin Xian wasn't injured, but his qi and blood were surging. However, this still shocked him. The other party's speed was really too fast. Brat, you can die now. As he spoke, the number one genius's body disappeared again. So fast. In the distance, all the cultivators exclaimed. The eyelids of the saints, princes, peerless geniuses, and older generation figures were also twitching wildly. This speed was too fast, so fast that even they couldn't keep up. What's going on? How can this number one genius's speed be so fast? Why do I feel that his speed has reached the level of an invincible king? I've seen invincible kings before, but they don't seem to have such terrifying speed. What kind of divine ability does the other party have? These people discussed animatedly. However, the people of the war tribe laughed. Did you see that? This is the true strength of the number one genius. Brat, you're dead meat. Sure enough, in a short instant, Lin Xian suffered dozens of attacks. Every time, he was forced back. The qi and blood in his body were surging, and his face turned pale. With a roar, the dragon sword spirit domain on his body opened up and enveloped him. Countless sword qi surged, surrounding him in all directions. In the next moment, something shocking happened. In the sky, in an instant, there were tens of thousands of collision sounds. Each attack was extremely powerful, sending the sword qi flying. The number one genius, it was the number one genius who had attacked. His speed was too fast. It's over, Lin Xian was actually suppressed. He originally thought that he could suppress the number one genius, or at least fight to a draw. Now, it seemed that he was no match for the number one genius. Yes, the number one genius's speed was too fast. That brat is obviously no match for our number one genius. I'm afraid he can't even find where our number one genius is. The experts of the war tribe sneered. Zhang Chongfeng's mouth also curled into a sinister smile. Brother Xian, Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were nervous. No Flower and Gu Santong were also frowning. On the other side, the great Xia Prince's eyes were red. This scene was also out of his expectations. No one thought that the number one genius's speed would be so fast, turning into a peerless lightning. What fast speed! Lin Xian opened up the dragon sword spirit domain and temporarily blocked the other party's attack. His face was extremely gloomy, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. He activated the heavenly secret god eye and quickly captured it. He realized that the other party's speed was indeed very fast, and he kept moving around him. Not good. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and his body suddenly disappeared. Just as he left, a large crack appeared where he was originally standing. A long black saber directly shattered the void. Pang! The dragon sword spirit domain suffered a fierce attack. Countless sword qi became dim. Lin Xian kept retreating, and his aura was tumbling. Brat, your reaction is fast. However, can you keep up with my speed? The number one genius disappeared. When he reappeared, he attacked thousands of times, and all of them hit Lin Xian's dragon sword spirit domain. The dragon sword spirit domain was constantly being attacked. Do you really think that I can't keep up with your speed? Yin-yang disorder. 8 steps defying the heavens. Lin Xian was also angry. The yin-yang qi under his feet quickly rotated, and the shadow of a dragon appeared. At this moment, he had completely combined the chaotic yin-yang disorder steps and heavenly dragon's 8 steps, creating a new step. Yin-yang 8 steps. Within 8 steps, the world is limitless. Lin Xian's eyes became disillusioned, and his body instantly turned into a stream of light, disappearing on the spot. He dodged it, he actually dodged it. The surrounding people exclaimed. Heavens, his speed has also become faster. I can't find any trace of Lin Xian no matter how hard I try. Chapter 2707. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian's speed to increase so much. Impossible. How could that brat be so fast? The members of the war race also had crazed looks on their faces. Thunder's eclipse was extremely terrifying. In order to master Thunder's eclipse, the requirements for one's body were terrifying. One had to have a strong physique in order to be able to withstand the consequences of such a powerful force. Furthermore, lightning displacement was a cultivation technique that consumed the power of one's bloodline. Once it was displayed, even invincible kings might not necessarily be able to keep up. It could be said that the moment the number one genius unleashed this move, everyone from the war tribe knew that Lin Xian was dead for sure. However, to everyone's surprise, although Lin Xian was being suppressed, it didn't take long for him to increase his speed again, becoming as fast as the lightning cave. Damn it, how did the other party also have this kind of secret technique? I have to thank you for helping me achieve my 2 footwork. Lin Xian laughed heartily. He was using both footsteps and cultivating them. However, he had always wanted to fuse them together, but he was unable to do so perfectly. Just now, he had received a great shock. To him, this was a hopeless situation that he had never experienced before. However, in this desperate situation, he was unprecedentedly rational. In addition, he was observing the other party's movements. In an instant, he had an epiphany. He combined the 2 footsteps to form the yin-yang 8 footsteps. This footwork combined the elusiveness of the yin-yang reversal and the extreme speed of the demigods and semi-devils. Within 8 steps, his speed had reached an unparalleled level. As expected, Lin Xian's current speed was not at all inferior to the number one prodigies. In fact, he had an even greater advantage than he had on the first day. With his heavenly secret god eyes, he could clearly capture the trajectory of the number one genius. However, he didn't think the number one heaven's favorite could track him down. Sure enough, gradually, the number one prodigy started to make mistakes. This wasn't intentional, but because he really couldn't catch it. With a bang, the number one heaven's favorite spat out blood and was sent flying. He had been struck by a sword. The resplendent light on his body was completely split apart. His armor was also torn to shreds. However, the number one genius did not shed any blood. His flesh was ancient too, with mysterious runes on it, forming a heavenly diagram. Peerless battle physique. Heavens, he actually has a peerless battle physique. Many experts of the older generation cried out in surprise. The others were even more shocked. Peerless physique. What was that? A young martial artist asked. The older generation experts' faces were full of shock. That was an extremely terrifying physique. Within the war race, it was the most valiant body. In ancient times, the unparalleled battle physique was one of the most powerful physiques. After peerless, everyone's peerless. The number one heaven's peerless, peerless to peerless peerless. Peerless pedo peerless, s peerless peerless to peerless t pedo tt Lin Xian had only obtained the 9 yang divine body a few years ago. To pedos. Just like the holy body, they were born with it. With the battle race's terrifying resources and meticulous training, the other party's peerless battle physique was absolutely terrifying. That's right. If we were to compare the terrifying levels of the two physiques, perhaps the 9 yang divine body was more powerful. However, in the current situation, Lin Xian was truly at a disadvantage. The elders quickly discussed among themselves, and the saints and princes around them were also shocked by what they heard. The sky brides of the war tribe raised their heads and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, kid, now you know. My title as the number one prodigy is not just for show. That's right, our battle tribe's peerless battle physique is definitely not inferior to the saint physique or your divine physique. Let me tell you the biggest secret. The unparalleled battle physique has an even more horrifying feature apart from its tough physique. That is, super strong combat power. The war race was born for battle. They could fight against the heavens and destroy everything. Nothing is stronger than our unparalleled battle constitutions in terms of combat ability. Little brat, go to hell obediently. The people of the war race roared madly. When the other older generation members heard this, their expressions changed. That's right, how could I forget about that? Just thinking about his defensive power made the older generation members cry out in alarm. The unparalleled battle physique was famous in the ancient era. It was known as the unparalleled battle physique. Once this physique was revealed, it would definitely be an existence that could sweep through the world. Unparalleled battle physique. How powerful did one have to be able to earn such a title? One could imagine how heaven-defying the unparalleled battle physique was. Although that kid's swordsmanship was also sharp, he would probably be defeated by the unparalleled battle physique. That's right, who would have thought that the #1 prodigy of the war race would have such a shocking physique? It seemed that in terms of combat ability, it surpassed the 9 divine physique. That might not necessarily be the case. The strength that kid displayed now was also very terrifying. Moreover, Lin Xian seemed to have never been defeated since his debut. Perhaps he could also create a miracle this time. The 9 divine physique was not to be trifled with. Many people still supported Lin Xian because they had already regarded Lin Xian as their idol. Lin Xian could be said to be a new force to be reckoned with in recent years. He had gone from being unknown to sweeping across the continent. The shock caused by this was not something that could be erased with just a few words. Lin Xian's swordsmanship is definitely the strongest I have ever seen. The legend of the 9 divine physique is not fake. Those people clenched their fists. Humph. Just wait, that kid will definitely be killed. Even if he has the 9 divine physique, it won't be enough. The people of the war race sneered. The #1 prodigy of the war race had a sinister expression. Kid, I admit that the 9 divine physique is very strong. However, that is the great success 9 divine physique. You have only cultivated for a few years, you are not my opponent at all. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too weak. The #1 prodigy laughed loudly. Countless mysterious runes flickered on his body, turning into a shocking light that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Lin Xian's expression was strange. Unparalleled battle physique. Unparalleled battle strength. Why did this name sound so familiar? His great dragon sword soul was known as the #1 offensive existence in the world. It was even more terrifying than the unparalleled battle physique. However, apart from him and the dark red divine dragon, almost no one knew that he had the great dragon sword soul. Otherwise, those people would not be surprised when they heard about the unparalleled battle physique. Instead, they would sympathize with him. This #1 prodigy was really a tragic person. Although he had the unparalleled battle physique, he still encountered me. Lin Xian sneered and narrowed his eyes. Well, let me see how strong your unparalleled battle physique is. To be honest, he was also looking forward to it. The unparalleled battle physique was quite famous and had been passed down since ancient times. He wondered how it would compare to the great dragon sword soul that he now had. Come, let me see if your unparalleled battle physique is as powerful as the rumors say. Lin Xian swept his sword forward. Was this the unparalleled battle constitution? It was indeed terrifying. He might even be able to contend with an invincible king. Indeed, there were probably not many people in the younger generation who were his match. Those experts discussed animatedly as their bodies trembled. Those top elites were even more focused on the battle. Boom! 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 Lin Xian had transformed his body into a sword. Coupled with the power of the Jiuyang divine body, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, the great dragon sword soul was unleashing its full power. It did not hold back at all. Every move carried a peerless sharpness. When the sword was unleashed, the void shattered. The war race's divine abilities were all destroyed by him. Not only that, the sword chi in the sky turned into a long dragon. The roars of the dragon shook the 9 heavens. Once the great dragon sword soul was unleashed, the sun and moon lost their light. Those people all prostrated themselves on the ground. Kill! Kill! The two of them engaged in an earth-shattering battle. The void shattered, the sun and moon trembled, and the galaxy spun. It was a scene of destruction. It was too terrifying. The battle prowess of these two people continued to soar, far surpassing that of the younger generation. The faces of the great Xia Prince, No Flower, Gu Santong, and the others changed. Zhan Changfeng, the 3rd prince, and the 9th prince were even more horrified. Was this Lin Xian's strength? It was too terrifying. Previously, they thought that they could compete with the other party and even kill him. But now, it seemed like that was not the case. If the other party had displayed such power right from the start, they would not be his match at all. They would not even be able to block a single sword strike. The number 1 genius of the war race had an unparalleled battle constitution and unparalleled battle prowess. But what did this kid have? The Jiuyang divine body. It should not be. With his Jiuyang divine body, he should not be able to unleash such terrifying power. There must be something wrong with his sword technique. Some living fossils were alarmed. They rushed over from afar to watch the battle personally. The battle between the two was too intense. They were both using extreme speed and terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 300 moves. The area within a radius of a few million miles was completely shattered. Not a single piece of space was intact. Lin Xian waved his ancient sword. Sword chi filled the sky and swept in all directions. On the other side, the number 1 genius had turned into a peerless war monarch. Not only that, he had also displayed a peerless divine ability, the 36 Dipper stars. Around him, 36 silhouettes appeared, forming a celestial diagram of destruction. It was too terrifying. The 36 figures combined with the peerless battle constitution. That aura was enough to make one despair. Lin Xian swung his ancient sword in all directions. In an instant, 36 dragon-shaped sword chi were formed and pierced towards the 36 blood-colored figures. The dragon source ancient sword turned into a peerless sword light and slashed towards the number 1 genius. An earth-shattering collision sound rang out. Sparks flew in the sky and thunder descended. However, all 36 sword chi were blocked. The power of the peerless battle constitution combined with the 36 Dipper stars was truly terrifying. It blocked the peerless dragon-shaped sword chi. Kill! With a roar, the number 1 genius's power rose again. His entire body seemed to be about to merge with the 36 mysterious figures. His peerless treasure body flickered with extremely strange runes. That aura shattered the entire world. In the distance, the spectators kept trembling. Many people fainted from fright. Some people even exploded. The others felt their scalps go numb and quickly retreated. It was too terrifying. As expected of an ancient peerless battle constitution. His combat strength was extremely strong. No one in the same generation could contend against him. Yes, even an unparalleled king would not be able to display such power. No wonder it was called a battle constitution. It was simply born for battle. Chapter 2709. Lin Xian's body shone brightly as streams of sword qi pierced through the heavens and earth. Each sword qi had evolved to the extreme. It could destroy everything in the world. Lin Xian brandished his ancient sword and clashed with the 36 mysterious men. The dragon's roar reverberated through the air as Lin Xian swung his ancient sword. Two heaven-defying constitutions. Every time they clashed, the void would shatter. Hundreds of thousands of lightning bolts would fall from the sky and millions of mountains below would shatter. Our war tribe's #1 prodigy has a peerless battle physique that no one can break. Once the peerless battle physique is used, it's unparalleled in the world. The #1 prodigy is the true #1 of the younger generation. The people of the war tribe roared from the back. Their voices were like thunder. Those people trembled. Could it be that the #1 prodigy of the war tribe was already so terrifying? Even Lin Xian, with his powerful 9-yang divine physique, couldn't resist. The #1 prodigy was indeed terrifying. Many people knelt down. Sure enough, the 36 blood-colored vortexes formed a mysterious diagram and surrounded Lin Xian, drowning him completely. The 36 figures circled in the sky. Terrifying mysterious voices could be heard and terrifying runes floated. Lin Xian was completely suppressed. It's over. That kid is dead for sure. Many older generation figures sighed. Brother Xian. Brother Lin. Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, No Flower, Gu Santong, and the others exclaimed. In the distance, the other saints and princes were talking among themselves, screaming non-stop. Ha 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 ha. The people of the Yin-Yang sect, 5 Elements Palace, and 9 Heavens Holy Ground all revealed sinister smiles. The people of the war tribe laughed out loud. In the world, only the peerless battle physique is supreme. The #1 prodigy of the war tribe will sweep through the world and reach the peak. The people of the war tribe cheered wildly. The #1 prodigy of the war tribe snorted coldly. What, Lin Xian? How dare you use the title of Middle Emperor? In my opinion, you're just a so-so. Today, I'll kill you completely. His body glowed with dazzling light, and the 36 blood-colored figures became even more mysterious. Their terrifying aura engulfed the world. This scene made everyone despair. They knew that Lin Xian was finished. Wang. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, a peerless immortal light lit up the area within a few million li. Everyone was dumbfounded. The 36 blood-colored vortexes formed a blood-colored battle map. Suddenly, it shook violently, and countless cracks appeared on it. It continued to expand until it was split into 2 halves. A peerless sword light radiated from the crack, illuminating the entire sky. The blood-red war map shattered into pieces, and a figure rushed out from the fragments. Lin Xian charged out of the war map with sword qi that filled the sky. He roared in all directions. 10,000 streaks of aura erupted, shattering the void. The entire scene became incomparably quiet. Everyone was completely stupefied. Damn it, this is impossible. The war race's people screamed crazily. Their eyes were completely red as they continuously shook their heads. They couldn't believe that Yi Futian was able to break the #1 prodigy's blood-colored war map. This was too inconceivable. The others were also filled with fear. That was a peerless battle physique. It was born for battle. Coupled with the war race's terrifying secret technique, the 36 heaven stars could suppress everything. No one could stop it. However, such a terrifying attack was still shattered by Lin Xian. This Lin Xian is too strong. We still underestimated him. I've already said that Lin Xian is definitely strong. His title of Middle Emperor is not for nothing. Just wait, he'll definitely win this round. Those who supported Lin Xian shouted excitedly. No flower. Gu Santong also heaved a sigh of relief. In the distance, Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu smiled through their tears. That's great. Big brother Xian is fine. They were so nervous just now. The other experts of the older generation, and even the living fossils, all had serious expressions on their faces. He broke it. This kid actually broke the #1 heaven battle map. This was too unbelievable. Yes, the war race was incomparably terrifying. Their peerless battle physique had been famous since ancient times for their unparalleled battle strength. But now, they were actually suppressed in terms of battle strength. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't dare to believe it. How did that kid do it? Everyone was puzzled as they looked into the distance. In front of them, the blood-colored war map was shattered. The scattered fragments evaporated, forming a sea of blood that surged in the sky. It enveloped Lin Xian and the #1 prodigy. Bang! The sea of blood slapped and spread in all directions, piercing through the void. Dodge! Don't let the sea of blood touch you. This was the war race's peerless ability. The people in the distance screamed crazily and retreated again to increase the distance between them. What peerless battle physique! It's just a so-so. What other tricks do you have? Use them all. Lin Xian looked ahead disdainfully. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared, and a dragon shadow flashed under his feet. At this moment, he was really incomparably powerful. Kid, you've completely angered me. The #1 prodigy's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that his peerless ability would be broken by the other party. This was a slap to his face in public. His killing intent was aroused. He had to kill the other party. Whoosh! He opened his mouth and spat out a 9-story pagoda that spun in the sky. Countless runes flickered and directly shattered a part of the sky. The people in the distance were even more terrified. Many martial artists were directly pressed to the ground and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The other prodigies, princes, and elders were also terrified. Damn it! Angry roars sounded one after another as these people used their peerless skills. The golden divine sword under the feet of the Prince of Great Xia bloomed with light. Seiko Dian instantly set up a sword array around himself. Murong Qingqing and the others also used their own peerless skills to quickly retreat and resist. Saint's Might. Damn it, that pagoda actually has Saint's Might. Could it be that it's a saint's weapon? Heavens, could it be an intact saint's weapon? Those people screamed as if they had gone crazy. No, it's impossible for him to use an intact saint's weapon. It should be a half-saint artifact. The eyes of some living fossils flickered. A half-saint artifact. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but they were still shocked. Chapter 27:10. However, he had more than one saint fragment in his hands. If he used 2 more, he might be able to resist it. After all, no matter how strong his opponent was, it was only a half-step saint artifact. There was still a big gap between it and a true saint artifact. Kid, it's useless. Stop struggling. Even if you have the 9 yang divine body, you're still too weak to resist my half-step saint artifact. As he spoke, the number one prodigy pushed the terrifying 9-story pagoda. The 9-story pagoda spun, emitting light and thousands of auras. Boom! The monstrous light enveloped a radius of millions of miles, crushing the air and forcing everyone to retreat. This was the power of a half-step saint artifact. It could only release a simple saint aura. If it was a true saint artifact, it would be even more terrifying. Don't you have the 9 yang divine body? Don't you have the power of the purest yang? Today, I'll let you see what a true divine fire is. The number one prodigy sneered. With a wave of his hand, balls of flames flew out from the pagoda. They covered the sky and turned into a sea of fire that rushed forward. These were flames with saint aura. It was extremely terrifying, even more terrifying than the peerless sun. As soon as it appeared, it burned the void into nothingness. Oh no, that kid is in danger. Yes, no matter how strong the 9 yang divine body is, he hasn't cultivated it to greater mastery. Not to mention greater mastery, he probably hasn't even reached lesser mastery. Without a few hundred years of cultivation, it's impossible to reach lesser mastery with such a divine body. To reach greater mastery, it'll probably take a few thousand years of cultivation. Yes, that kid is still too young. If he cultivates for another few hundred years and becomes an invincible king, he'll probably be able to sweep through everything. Many elders discussed. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He could naturally feel how terrifying the power of these flames was. With his current 9 yang divine body, he probably wouldn't be able to resist it. However, he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He took out the saint's hand bone and floated it above his head. Countless rays of light shone down and enveloped his body. He avoided being injured by the terrifying flames. At the same time, he took out Flower Protector, tore a corner of the seal, and shook it gently. The terrifying demonic sound waves spread out in all directions like a sudden clap of thunder. They collided with the surrounding divine fire. Boom! Boom! A world-shaking thunder rumbled, and everything within a radius of several million li was completely shattered. Large cracks were everywhere, as if the world was about to be destroyed. Although it was only a small piece of the sage's hand bone, it was still the body of a sage. The sage aura it contained was absolutely terrifying. The flower protector in his hand was a famous peerless killing weapon in the ancient times. Yi Shiwen couldn't tear open the seals of these two weapons at present. However, the power that he could unleash now was enough to contend against the opponent's semi-sage tool. After all, the other party was not a true half-saint. Like him, he was only an almighty. An intense collision rang out. Everyone retreated once again. They didn't dare to watch the battle any longer. There were peerless experts who set up terrifying formations that floated above the 9 heavens, transmitting these scenes over. And these people were basically pushed thousands of miles away. There was no other way. The two's attacks were too fierce. Unless they also took out a saint's fragment or a half-saint item to defend themselves, they wouldn't be able to do anything. However, they were only here to watch the battle. They wouldn't risk their lives like this. Sure enough, there was a super expert using a treasure. Although they were thousands of miles away, they could still clearly see the situation of the battle. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian was actually not at a disadvantage against a half-saint item. That was natural. Don't forget that he was the master of the Immortal Palace. He had many treasures. Moreover, he had obtained many good things in the saint's ancient tomb that were enough to resist a half-saint item. Damn it, he actually blocked it. The number one genius's face was gloomy. He didn't expect the other party's trump card to be so strong. Thinking of this, a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. No, He had to get rid of the other party. He had to get the title of Central Emperor. An extremely terrifying light appeared on his body. His peerless battle physique erupted again. The pagoda in his hand was pushed to the extreme. Rays of light burst out, and the terrifying divine fire covered the sky and earth. Lin Xian was also angry. He fully activated his 9-yang divine body, and the great dragon sword's soul didn't hold back. His combat strength was constantly rising. It directly surpassed the peerless battle physique. The two great killing weapons in his hand were operating crazily. His 9-yang divine body suffered the consequences and attacked like a madman. Sure enough, under the effect of the great dragon sword soul's heaven-defying power, the two great killing weapons also erupted with an incomparable aura. Their power had increased. It was unbelievable. The divine fire that filled the sky was directly extinguished by the terrifying sound waves. Not only that, the sound waves and the saint's hand bone formed a terrifying sword light that collided with the 9-story pagoda. The pagoda trembled non-stop, and its light dimmed. Pfft! The shocking change and Lin Xian's increase in strength made the number 1 genius unable to react before he was directly sent flying. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood, and countless cracks appeared on his body. It couldn't be helped. The consequences of a half-step saint artifact were too terrifying. Even with his current peerless battle physique, he probably couldn't withstand it. Damn it! A hint of anger appeared in the number 1 genius's eyes, but it was more of fear. His opponent's strength was too strong, especially now that his combat strength had surpassed his. He couldn't fight his opponent head-on anymore. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of this power. In the next moment, he held the 9-story pagoda in his hand and used lightning eclipse to quickly move in the sky. He wanted to distance himself and recover from his injuries. You want to leave? Stay here for me. Seeing that the other party was far away, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He used the yin-yang 8 steps and teleported, chasing after him. How could he let such a good opportunity go? The other party was a peerless enemy. If he had the chance today, he had to kill him. The two of them flew quickly in the sky, one in front and one behind. Seeing this scene, the martial artists thousands of miles away were all stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Oh God, what did I just see? The number 1 genius was defeated. And he was still running away. Damn it, didn't the number 1 genius take out a half-step saint artifact? It could kill an ordinary invincible king. How could it be? What did that kid do? How could he be so powerful? What trump card did he take out? Could it be a real saint artifact? I don't know. The light just now was too strong, and it was surrounded by saint's aura. We couldn't see through it. Those people of the older generation also had anxious expressions on their faces. The people of the Yin-Yang sect, the 5 Elements Palace, and the 9 Firmaments Divine Emperor were stunned. Their eyes widened, and their faces were filled with fear. The people of the war tribe screamed crazily. Impossible, how could our number 1 genius be defeated? That's right, this is an illusion. It must be an illusion. I don't believe it. The number 1 genius must be using a strategy to lure his opponent to death. These people's faces were filled with madness as they kept shaking their heads. They couldn't accept the fact that the number 1 genius had been defeated. Chapter 27:11. In the sky, the two figures were extremely fast. The first sky sect's thunder movement was a bloodline secret divine power. Ordinary invincible kings couldn't keep up with it. As for Lin Xian, he had just fused two peerless footwork techniques and created the yin-yang 8 steps. His speed wasn't slower than the first Sky Sect's thunder movement at all. Not only that, Lin Xian even took out the dragon sword soul and held it in his hand. With a boom, the dragon-shaped sword shadow enlarged and turned into a giant sword that was tens of thousands of feet long. It slashed forward. It was as if a giant dragon had been resurrected. The endless mountains in front of him collapsed and the sky was cut in half. The entire world began to shake. The sword slashed down, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Damn it, block it. Seeing this scene, the first Sky Sect's pupils constricted because the dragon-shaped sword shadow gave him goosebumps all over his body, and the blood in his body surged. He felt that if he faced it head-on, his peerless body would definitely not be able to block it. Even his unparalleled battle constitution was trembling under such combat power. He didn't know what it was that could surpass his peerless body. But now, he couldn't care less. He had to block it quickly. With a wave of his hand, the pagoda floated and enveloped him. Clang! The sword slashed on the 9-story pagoda and made an earth-shattering sound. The void in all directions shattered. The first Sky Sect's top prodigy was hit by the aftershock of the energy. He was sent flying and vomited blood. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the saint's hand bone floated above his head to protect him. Flower Protector flew out and fought against the 9-story pagoda. He also slashed out the dragon-shaped sword shadow from time to time, trying to knock the pagoda away. Damn it! Block it! The first Sky Sect's top prodigy roared crazily. He activated the 36 heavenly spirits and activated the 9-story pagoda at all costs. In the distance, the martial artists were all stunned when they saw this scene. The first Sky Sect's top prodigy was being chased and beaten. He was even vomiting blood and injured. Lin Xian was really terrifying. Yes, who would have thought that the first Sky Sect's top prodigy would be defeated in the end? It was really surprising. Would the first Sky Sect's top prodigy be killed? Would that brat really dare to make a move? The position of the number 1 genius in the battle race was not any lower than Yi Wudao's position in the Yi family. If the number 1 genius was killed, the battle race would definitely go crazy. That brat probably wouldn't dare. Everyone was talking about it. No. Those battle race martial artists rushed up like madmen, wanting to rescue them. However, they had only flown a few 100,000 feet when they were swept away by the energy shockwave and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. With their current strength, it was impossible for them to go over. After all, it wasn't just the power of the two of them anymore. It was the power of the half-saint tool and the saint's fragment at full power. It was impossible for them to resist such power. Don't run. You can't get away. Lin Xian snorted and activated his Tianji divine eyes. In the sky, a pair of golden eyes looked down and activated the floating light secret technique. Wang! The number 1 genius was struck by an illusion. However, he recovered quickly. However, Lin Xian managed to grasp the opportunity in that split second. Flower Protector directly knocked the 9-story pagoda away. The number 1 prodigy was completely exposed in front of Lin Xian. Humph. Let's see what you can do without the half-saint tool. Damn it, not good. The number 1 prodigy's expression became extremely ugly. He didn't expect the other party to use a soul attack. He hurriedly took out a piece of jade and suspended it on his forehead, afraid that he would be struck by an illusion again. At the same time, he gritted his teeth. This brat is going too far. As he spoke, he went crazy. He didn't care about the price and even burned his bloodline power to activate his peerless battle physique. His strength rose again. The world was enveloped by his light. Today, I'll let you see the true power of a peerless battle. Is that so? Today, I'll let you see what peerless battle strength is. Lin Xian held the dragon-shaped sword Shadow with both hands. The nine-yang divine body erupted with unparalleled power. The dragon sword's soul roared again and again, shaking the nine heavens. Dragon Soul Slash. The terrifying sword light surged through the nine heavens. The experts thousands of miles away trembled and prostrated on the ground, unable to raise their heads. It was too terrifying. The saints and saintesses also retreated. Their bodies bloomed with light to resist. In front of them, the apocalyptic scene lasted for a long time. Between heaven and earth, 108,000 sword chi streaked across. In the end, it slowly dissipated. The moment it dissipated, the people of the war tribe couldn't wait any longer. They rushed over crazily. Let's go and take a look. The other princes, prodigies, and experts also moved and flew forward. They felt that the bombs were almost used up. It should be safe to go there now. When they flew 2 million miles, the light in front of them finally dissipated. However, they didn't fly anymore. Instead, they were stunned in the sky. Many people trembled, rolled their eyes, and fainted. The others' expressions changed drastically, and their bodies trembled. The people of the war tribe screamed crazily like wild dogs. Impossible! What did they see? In front of them, the number one prodigy's body was split in half. The number one prodigy was split in half. Blood dyed the sky red, and the 9-story pagoda beside him was dim. The number one prodigy was split in half. Heavens, he actually killed the number one prodigy. The saints and princes were stunned. That was the number one prodigy. The peerless battle physique, the unparalleled battle physique of the ancient times. When it reappeared in the world, it should have reached the peak and illuminated the ages. But now, it was split in half by a sword. No one dared to believe it. Their minds were blank, and the surroundings were dead silent. How could this kid be so powerful? He could even split the number one prodigy. The people of the Yin-Yang sect, 5 Elements Palace, and 9 Heavens Sacred Ground trembled. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They even wanted to run away now. But in order to not attract the other party's attention, they could only tremble on the spot. The third prince, 9th prince, Great Xia prince, and No Flower stared at the peerless saints and princes in shock. Big brother Xian won. Murong Qingqing and Shen Qingqiu also opened their cherry mouths in disbelief. The older generation figures, peerless experts, and living fossils were even more stunned. Because it was too unbelievable. According to their speculations, both of them had heaven-defying physiques, but because Lin Xian had only obtained the 9-yang divine physique for a short time, his combat strength was definitely inferior to the number one prodigy. In addition, the number one prodigy's battle physique was mainly known for its peerless attack power. Therefore, Lin Xian was definitely not a match for the number one prodigy. They speculated that Lin Xian would not be killed with the 9-yang divine physique, but it was normal for him to lose. But the result? The peerless battle physique was split in half by the other party. This caused everyone to be stunned. There was actually someone who could defeat the peerless battle physique in combat strength. What was it? What did the other party use? No. Damn brat, how dare you? The people of the war tribe were furious and roared crazily. The pagoda was a half-step sage artifact with terrifying power. It was their precious treasure. Now, it was snatched away by someone else. How could they tolerate it? However, in the next moment, these people were sent flying. Lin Xian's gaze made them tremble again. Go back and tell your number 1 heaven stage cultivator to come here and die. Lin Xian's cold voice resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Those people's scalps went numb. This matter swept out like a gust of wind. In an instant, everyone in the central continent knew about it. Before long, everyone in the true spirit world knew about it. When they heard that the number 1 heaven's pride had been killed, they were extremely shocked. When they learned that it was only a clone that had been killed, they were all stupefied. When they learned that the strength of the clone was no weaker than the main body, they all boiled over. This was equivalent to the number 1 heaven's pride dying once. Even if the main body went, he might not be able to defeat the other party. As expected of the Central Emperor. Had he already defied the heavens to such an extent? That was a peerless battle physique. It was famous in ancient times, and it was born for battle. Yet, it had been killed by the other party. For a moment, the discussion about Lin Xian was very intense. His limelight directly overshadowed Yi Wudao, South Emperor, West Buddha, and the others. It could be said that he had become the most dazzling peerless genius on the true spirit continent. The array masters far away in the Qinling Mountains, the elders of the great sage land, and the saint lords also heard the news. They were all shocked. The dark red dragon, the chief enforcer, and the others cried out in surprise, and then they all laughed. Was this brat already this strong? The dark red dragon was very happy. Damn it, they had to hurry up and break the array. The other great sects also sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at the people of Immortal Palace with extreme shock. The elders of the battle race were so angry that they vomited blood. 2 of them directly fainted. Damn it, our number 1 heaven's pride didn't lose. That's right, the one killed was a clone. Our number 1 heaven's pride's main body is much stronger than the clone. The battle race martial artists gnashed their teeth. However, there were also many people who sneered. Ah, bah, strong my ass. There was a living fossil that told us about this long ago. The strength of the clone and the main body were not much different. Even if the main body was strong, it wouldn't be too heaven-defying. That's right, get your number 1 heaven's pride to come out. Look at our great god Lin Xian, he won't be able to defeat him. Lin Xian's battle had gained him many admirers. These people were all young martial artists. They yearned for heaven's pride, yearned for heroes, and yearned for the peak of martial Tao. Lin Xian had defeated the number 1 heaven's pride, and his fame was like the sun. These small martial artists worshipped him greatly. Therefore, at this moment, when they heard the clamor of the battle race people, they fought back crazily. What number 1 heaven's pride? You're not our great god Lin Xian's opponent at all. That's right, our great god Lin Xian is the Central Emperor. You're the number 1 heaven's pride, but can you get the title of Central Emperor? The person who ranked this was truly a genius. He was probably a peerless figure who understood the past and present. He had already ranked this long ago. So, what number 1 heaven's pride? Stop struggling. All kinds of mocking words rang out, and the battle race martial artists directly vomited blood. Chapter 27:13. This was a slap in the face, a slap in the face. The people from the war tribe were also surprised. They hadn't reacted yet, but these cultivators had spontaneously helped them. It was really surprising. Lin Xian was also dumbfounded when he saw this. Brother Xian, it seems that you've gained a lot of supporters. Murong Qingqing covered her mouth and chuckled. Shen Jingqiu ran over and pulled Lin Xian's hand. Brother Lin Xian, I'm your biggest supporter. Although the battle was over, the discussion never dissipated. Instead, it became more and more intense. In the Yi family, Yi Wudao was also surprised when he heard the news. Brother Lin, you're already so strong. I'm really looking forward to fighting with you. His eyes shone brightly. He also wanted to fight with this peerless physique. He was originally a sacred physique, and his name shook the continent. Of course, there were other physiques on the same level as him, such as the 9 Yang divine physique. They were all famous physiques. However, these physiques were very heaven-defying. For thousands of years, it was unknown how many of them had appeared. It was rare for them to appear at the same time. This time, 3 of them appeared at the same time. The coexistence of 3 divine physiques made many of the older generation exclaim. The golden age had really arrived. When the Alcade Saint received the news, his body also bloomed with bright light. Lin Xian. The number 1 genius. His eyes were also full of fighting spirit. In the vast mountains, the mysterious blue-robed man was sitting there. When he heard the news, he also frowned. It was really surprising that he could defeat the number 1 genius. To be honest, he was very surprised. Although the other party had the 9 Yang divine physique, he didn't think that the other party could maintain the title of Middle Emperor. The reason why he had placed Qin Nan in such a position was so that the number 1 genius would be able to kill him. But now, the other party's combat strength was really beyond his expectations. This guy must have secrets that we don't know. He must find out. Apart from the 9 Yang divine physique, what other secrets did he have? The mysterious blue-robed man's eyes were gloomy. All sorts of discussions continued. Lin Xian did not leave. He had already sent out an invitation to the world group to battle. Therefore, even though he had defeated the number 1 prodigy, he had no intention of leaving. However, he was surprised to see that the geniuses from other continents had rushed over. There were many powerful experts, but none of them made a move. There was nothing they could do about it. Previously, when they came here, they were full of confidence, thinking that they could kill the Central Emperor. However, when they arrived and learned that the number 1 prodigy had been killed, they all hesitated, terrified. That was a peerless battle constitution. If they couldn't even defeat the other party, would they have any chance of winning? These people didn't make a move, they just waited silently. More and more saints gathered in the middle ground. This made all the martial artists excited. They were all discussing whether there was a genius who was even more terrifying than the number 1 genius. The number 1 genius was already at the top of the younger generation. There weren't many who were stronger than him, but there were a few who were on par with him. The Dao Yi Saint of the Dao Yi Holy Land was rumored to have a mysterious physique that could fuse with the Dao. Although he didn't fight much, no one dared to underestimate him. Yes, the Alcade Saint was also extremely terrifying. In the Eastern Wilderness, he was as famous as the Saint Physique. The Jade Lake Saintess and Zixia Saintess were also rumored to have mysterious bloodlines. However, they had an extraordinary relationship with Lin Xian, so it was impossible for them to fight. In the middle ground, the prince of the skyscraper was extremely powerful. Although he came, he didn't make a move. However, I guess his strength is not weaker than the number 1 genius. Yes, the Ninely Crown Prince of the Ninely Dynasty also has a terrifying divine physique. The Divine Wind Dynasty's goddess. It was rumored that she was extremely mysterious and had never been defeated so far. There were also some hidden families and ancient sects that didn't appear. The world was too vast, and there were countless experts. No one knew when one would appear. Indeed, he had heard of Central Emperor Lin Xian before. It was a new force that had emerged in recent years. Who knew if another heaven-defying monster like this would appear in a few years' time? Everyone was discussing animatedly, and some nosy people were screaming. I really hope that these titled geniuses will fight. Yes, I want to see who is stronger between the divine physique and the divine physique of Nine Yang. I want to see what kind of mysterious person the North Demon is. I heard that the South Emperor had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. I wonder if he is stronger than the Central Emperor and the Eastern Sage. I don't know, but I think that guy from the West Buddha is more terrifying. He is the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha. The crowd was in a heated discussion. They realized that none of the 5 titled battle pet warriors would be able to tell who was more powerful until the battle began. Everyone was discussing as they waited. About 5 or 6 days later, the sky suddenly rolled. Half of the demonic aura and the other half of the holy light illuminated the sky. It was as if a demon had come out. Heavens, what a terrifying aura! Who is it? A terrifying genius has arrived. It's the twin kings of the middle ground. He actually appeared again. Wasn't he defeated by Lin Xian before? That was indeed the case. However, from the looks of it, he should have come out of seclusion. His current aura was much more powerful than before. Speaking of which, the twin kings were also monsters. The power of light and darkness went hand in hand. If they could perfectly fuse, they would definitely be a terrifying enemy. That's right, the people who came were indeed the twin kings of the middle ground. They had directly broken through to the level of a top saint during their seclusion. Moreover, they had also mastered a powerful technique, which was to fuse their power attributes and form a picture of light and darkness. Its power was incomparably terrifying. Therefore, they were very confident this time and came to challenge Lin Xian. Kid, I'm here again. Die obediently. The moment the twin kings of the middle ground arrived, they looked around disdainfully and stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You don't know what's good for you. It seems that you don't repent after I spared you last time. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian stood up. The others were discussing spiritedly. Can the twin kings of the middle ground win? I don't think so. Even the number 1 genius was split in half, let alone them. What? The number 1 genius was split in half. Hearing that, the twin kings were stunned. They did not immediately attack. Instead, they looked around. What did you say? When did that happen? The surrounding people trembled. They were no match for the twin kings, so they quickly told them what happened. After the twin kings heard that, their expressions became extremely ugly. They were even about to cry. That was because they had fought with the number 1 genius before, and they were completely defeated at that time. They were no match for him on the first day. But now, the number 1 genius was actually split in half by the kid in front of them. Didn't that mean that if the kid wanted to kill them, it would only take a single sword strike? Chapter 27:14. Wait. Hearing that, Lin Xian frowned. What's that guy doing? The others were also very puzzled. Countless gazes looked at the middle ground twin kings. The twin kings' expressions were ugly. They wished they could find a piece of tofu and kill themselves. However, they did not want to be killed. Well, we've come to the wrong battlefield. We're not looking for you this time. Goodbye. As he said that, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the void. He left. Everyone's minds went blank. They could not react. What's going on? The Twin Kings came aggressively, but they left without making a single move. They were probably scared off by the news of the number one prodigy. That's what I think. Humph, how dare you challenge our great god Lin Xian with this kind of strength? You really don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian's supporters sneered. The others were also stunned. It seemed that they were really scared off. Even Lin Xian's mouth twitched. That works too. That doesn't match their personalities. In his opinion, the Poison Twin Kings were very violent, cruel, and not very smart. Even if they knew it was dangerous, they would still fight with their lives on the line. He did not expect them to be afraid of death. How could he know that the battle between him and the number one prodigy was too shocking? Probably not many people dared to attack him now. Next, 1 month, 2 months. Lin Xian kept waiting. However, no one had ever made a move against him. This made him feel a little bored. In the end, he stood up. Since no one attacked, I'm leaving. Everyone looked at each other, but in the end, no one dared to attack. Lin Xian was too domineering. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian also shook his head and left. He brought Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing back to the Immortal Palace. Anyway, these two were his women, and they were not outsiders. After Lin Xian left, the other saints and prodigies also left. Battle Tribe. In a cave abode, a figure opened his eyes. His body was shining with light and an incomparably mysterious aura. He was officially the number one prodigy. However, at this moment, his expression was abnormally malevolent, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. A boom could be heard as he charged out of the Immortal's cave, throwing his head back and roaring. That damned Lin Xian. I'll kill you. I will definitely kill you. Naturally, he knew that his clone had been killed. However, he didn't expect that his clone would actually be killed. One had to know that it wasn't an ordinary clone. It was equivalent to his life. More importantly, it was a clone. What he practiced was an extremely terrifying cultivation technique, and this clone was extremely important to him. But now, he was actually killed, making him fall short of success. In the end, he was unable to master the divine art. He was driven mad. He swore that he would definitely kill the other party. Cut the other party into 1,000 pieces to relieve the hatred in his heart. However, now was not the time. Because he was suffering from the backlash of the technique, he needed to recuperate and recover from his injuries. Just you wait. When I come out of seclusion, it will be the time of your death. The number one Heaven's Chosen gritted his teeth and returned to his cave abode. The people of the war tribe also had gloomy expressions. They all wanted to send out invincible kings to kill the other party. Not only them, but the other powerful forces and those who had a grudge against Lin Xian also wanted to send invincible kings to kill him. There was no other way. Lin Xian had displayed the potential of a young great emperor. If such a person continued to grow, his future would be limitless. If he really became a great emperor, then those sacred grounds and sects that had offended him before would probably be directly erased. That was something they couldn't bear. Therefore, they wanted to kill him. However, the invincible kings they sent out were directly killed before they could find Lin Xian. Even their souls couldn't escape. This scene made all the sacred grounds who wanted to kill him tremble. Damn it, there was a peerless expert protecting him. Perhaps in the future, even if they wanted to kill him, they would have to do it secretly. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. Instead, they would be killed by the experts around him. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. In this year, the reputation of Lin Xian and the other four swept across the continent. However, in this year, no one dared to challenge the five of them. Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Shen Jingqiu stayed for 2 months. Then, he went into seclusion. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu also went into seclusion. This was a golden age. They had to increase their strength to survive in this golden age. Otherwise, they would only become a stepping stone for others. After Lin Xian went into seclusion, he took out the 9-story pagoda and used the heavenly secret god eyes to forcefully erase the other party's soul imprint. Then, he planted his own soul imprint. The 9-story pagoda's power was terrifying. If he didn't have the saint's hand lock and flower protector, it would be difficult for him to block it. In the future, with this item, his trump card would be even stronger. Moreover, the flames in the pagoda made him even more tempted. This item was the best treasure to temper the 9-yang divine body. This divine fire was a great threat to him in the past. With his current physique, he couldn't completely resist it. However, he could rely on the divine fire to increase the power of his physique. Next, Lin Xian waved his hand, and the 9-story pagoda continued to expand. He entered the first level and was enveloped by endless flames. The flames were too terrifying. They directly burned Lin Xian's skin and flesh, causing him to bleed profusely. If anyone saw this scene, they would definitely faint from shock. This was the process of cultivating the 9-yang divine body. It was too cruel, too cruel. However, his power was also very strong. Sure enough, Lin Xian circulated the cultivation laws of the 9-yang divine body. Those broken bodies slowly healed. Moreover, they became even stronger. It was overflowing with light. However, his body soon split open again and then recovered. Just like that, he cultivated over and over again. Every time he recovered, his physique would become a little stronger. He slowly set off towards the 6th stage of the first level. A year later, Immortal Palace received news from Qinling Mountain. The elders in Immortal Palace were extremely shocked and hurriedly sent a message to Lin Xian. Lin Xian slowly walked out of the 3rd level of the 9-story pagoda. The aura on his body had become even stronger. In this year, countless fractures and recoveries had caused his divine body to finally advance by another stage, reaching the 6th stage of the first level. Palace Master, there's news from the front. Those elders quickly reported. Lin Xian walked out, put on a black Taoist robe, and came to the Star Palace. He received the news from the front, and his eyes burned with a fiery light. Has it been opened? According to our investigation, the nest of 10,000 dragons is very large. Other than the nest of 10,000 dragons itself, there are several other nests guarding it. Thinking about it, they should be the guardians of the dragons. Right now, we are opening the tomb of one of the guardians, not the nest of 10,000 dragons. However, according to our speculation, the tomb of this guardian is also very powerful, not weaker than the tomb of the saint from before. There are actually guardians. Moreover, the guardians are so powerful. As expected of the nest of 10,000 dragons, the place where dragons gather. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.